From marketing.
What's good? What's good? What's going
They trying
on
to
in the
attack
boxing
me.
scouts?
They already trying to attack me, bro. Hey, after this one, I don't even know if the
Yeah.
channel gonna be in existence, Marky Dan. So I just want you to know if anything happened to me, I've always thought you were an imbecile. You know, I got to tell you the real. I've always thought you were.
Well,
I've
well, if
always
something
considered
happens to
you an
you,
imbecile.
that just means that I've been proven right, and you
Well,
didn't take me serious, especially
uh,
when I text you about the Civil War and about this authoritarian president,
what's
and
up,
you got
Mosaic?
caught. So I'm gonna
Uh,
be alright. You're gonna feel like the imbecile,
so
nigga.
wait, hold on. So what
Respectfully.
you telling me, Marky Dan, is they not for to come for the young revolutionaries such as yourself? They for to come from Unc? From
I
Unc,
mean, I
bro. I
got a
go
gut.
listen. I go to the store in my V neck, my black V neck, and some black Crocs, brother. Why would they go after me?
I mean, you the boxing scholar, and not only that, we about to be getting into some serious topics on your show tonight. I mean, they are gonna come for me. That's part of my pact as a revolutionary, is to resist tyranny. Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God, boxing scholar. That's my code. So
Man, who you steal
absolutely,
that from?
when they come, when they come,
Who you steal
I'll
that
be
from? Don't
ready.
be just out here
I'll be
stealing
armed.
quotes, bro. Don't do that, Marky. Then
I can do whatever the hell I want, sir. You can
oh,
do
you
whatever
gotta
the hell
cite
you
the
choose to
source.
do.
That's plagiarism.
Don't no. Oh, what was his name?
You don't
It
even
was
know.
some
Oh,
Scot. It
see,
was some Scot. It was some Scottish priest. During the
some
when they were
Scottish
fighting the
priest.
English. Ah, y'all. It was
This
a good
man
quote. It
said
was a good quote.
bro. Come on, you can't be out there stealing bars, bro, and not
I'm
cite
not
some
stealing. What do you mean?
Scottish
I'm
priest is
honoring him.
crazy work.
He was fighting for the freedom of his countrymen against fascist English monarchs. And it was a good quote. We're living in our own times, nigga. I'm
Mm,
dealing with Donald Trump. I ain't got
mm.
time. So I'm dealing with
This man
Bibi
ain't got time
Netanyahu,
to cite the source.
fascists. I ain't got time to cite the heroes of 600 years ago, nigga.
Why you get so deep? I ain't got time. Why you
Because
get
you
so
attacking me.
why you get so passionate, bro? So today, man, we got a good one, Marky. There, we got a good one. For those who don't know, I've always warned about Dana White being in boxing. I've always, been an advocate of that. Turkey Al too as well. Uh, bunch of different people, right? Bunch of different people in boxing. And if you haven't been living under a rock, Marky, then I'm pretty sure you know this. Turkey Al made a big, large purchase recently. You aware of that?
Are you talking about the buyout for EA?
The buyout for EA.
That
If
wasn't Turkey though.
yes, he was involved into it. It was Saudi
He
Arabia.
was involved in it, but he wasn't the lead Saudi minister on it. Is what I'm saying. He wasn't. I don't know who's that. Who's the minister of the public investment fund? But yeah, he's the one who got. But yes, Turkey was involved. I agree with you, but I just think we should be accurate in that because I read the whole article. It was from the Wall Street Journal. It was a really high leverage buyout. It's the I think they say it's the largest
You see how you just want
buyout.
to argue, Marky? Then yo,
I'm not arguing. I'm giving you
shout out to my
information.
homegirl Tia. Hold on. Shout out to my homegirl Tia.
Oh,
She saved me, Marky. Then
why you say that?
ask me what I mean when I say that, brother.
Is
Tia
she?
taught me to embrace my ugliness, and that I'm not alone out there in the world being ugly, and that as long as I keep a good smelling expensive cologne, a good shape up, and some nice clothes, I can mask the ugliness. And thanks to my homegirl Tia, we're starting AA meetings for recovering ugly people that didn't know they was ugly and had to find out the hard way. So shout out to Tia. Thank you for that, sister. I could have never did it without you, sister. It was thank you. But Marky Dan, we got a good one, bro. We got a good one. Hey, we finna get into it, Marky Dan. We finna get into the minutia and everything. I got a lot of things to listen. The idea, what's good, Lou? The idea that Donald Trump was finna get into office and Frank said I'm ugly too, and drain the swamp was hilarious. You remember people really thought we were about to get, checks, that Donald Trump was gonna give us another round of stimulus checks. You remember that?
Yeah.
These people are completely
No,
lost.
no. Everything was about cutting, so I can't. Even say, oh, but you mean the black people? Yeah.
Yes,
All right, those
yes,
idiots.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first, Marky Dan, let me take you down memory lane before we get into this. Um, I did a show a while back, right? And I showed how Donald Trump and Doge wasn't an accident, right? That Donald Trump was admiring Elon Musk's strategy of cutting at Twitter. And the most ironic part about this, Marky Dan, is the Twitter interview that he had started buffering because there were no employees there to fix the technical difficulties that they were having. That is the most, and Donald Trump is up there praising Elon Musk, and well, take you down memory lane.
I mean, I look at what
Most
you
def,
do. You
most
walk
def.
in.
I mean,
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in.
even when you
just
look at
say,
the early days
you
of
want to
Twitter,
quit?
I mean, a
They
lot of
go on
people
strike.
said
I won't
this
mention
is
the
a
name of the
big
company, but they
disaster,
go on
and
strike, and you
Elon
say that's
Musk
okay. You're
really
all gone.
just had to.
You're all gone.
He
So every
really
one
just
of you is
had to
gone, and you
remove
are the greatest. You would
all,
be very good.
guidelines for speech to the point where anybody could
Yo,
come
Marky
in
Dan, you didn't
to
hear that clip
say
playing?
that. What you say?
You didn't hear my clip playing?
Oh no! Oh my
No,
bad.
them
Because I'm
YNs,
reading the
them
comments.
YNs crazy. Hold on, let me play that
Oh
again,
my
Marky Dan.
bad.
You an agent. I knew it. I knew you was an agent.
No, I was reading the chat. I didn't even realize that clip was playing one more
Okay,
time,
let's
brother.
play the
I'm
clip
sorry.
again. We got to give context.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in. You just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would.
So that was Donald Trump's bid at Elon Musk on Twitter, where he fired all of his employees, right? All of his employees and started buffering, right? And he thought that would be a good thing for the country. And it was disastrous. It was disastrous. You had stuff like this happen.
My colleagues are getting 15-minute one-on-one check-ins with 19, 20, and 21-year-old college graduates asking to justify their existence. One of Musk's top lieutenants and his wife and young child have shacked up on the 6th floor of our agency and are living there.
You had people living inside of the White House, a literal coup on U.S. soil. Not to mention the little oopsie that Elon Musk had because he doesn't have any experience in government.
We will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately.
Oops. Ebola. Who needs protection from Ebola nowadays? Like, those guys were so incompetent. It's not even funny, Marky Dan. Last clip before I'm flowing pretty good, Marky Dan. Check this one out.
So could you mention some of
the White House is rolling out its wall of receipts on the Doge website, claiming an estimated 55 billion taxpayer dollars rescued through fraud detection, workforce reductions, regulatory savings, and more.
Not like a little bit, billions, tens of billions of dollars. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find.
But hold on. A closer look shows big problems. For example, Doge claimed axing a single immigration and customs contract saved $8 billion. Turns out that contract was worth a maximum of $8 million. And that was just a theoretical ceiling for the deal. Less than half that amount was actually slated to be spent. Doge corrected that error, but a CNN review of the more than 1,100 contracts listed on the Doge site found about 2/3 made similar inflated claims. And while this alleged outrage dug up by Doge grabbed headlines,
there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money.
That proved to be dead wrong, as Doge boss Elon Musk admitted.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected.
Still, even with the receipts not all adding up, Doge keeps filing reports of alleged widespread waste in aid to foreign countries, deals tied to diversity programs, and millions of dead people collecting Social Security.
And we've got people in there that are 150 years old.
Analysts say that most likely reflects Doge's misunderstanding of Social Security data, and a former federal official calls the notion laughably false.
He has no idea what he's talking about. There is not like a zombie apocalypse of people, cadavers running around with Social Security checks coming out of their.
Marky damn. So yeah, that was disastrous. Doge came in, did all these cuts, fired all these, all these people said America first, fired all these good Americans, good Americans that had good jobs with benefits, government jobs, the people that would test your the poop in your ice cream, because remember, Blue Belt actually killed people. Those people lost their job. And then Donald Trump passed a bill, the big, beautiful bill, right, where they spent a lot of money on tax cuts for billionaires. You can't make this up. And people literally thought Donald Trump was going to get in the office and drain the swamp. He is the swamp. No. Let me give him credit. He did drain the swamp. He drained the swamp and filled it with salt water, because that's what crocodiles need whenever they're hunting their prey. So, like I said, the level of stupidity, I could not believe that. You don't even need foresight to see something like this coming. Donald Trump used to lobby. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump was talking all this stuff about Kamala Harris, and he actually made campaign donations to Kamala Harris. He was a lobbyist. He's the Frankenstein that everybody say we don't need in the government. And they elected this guy to, quote unquote, drain the swamp. But it gets even deeper, Marky Dan. Even deeper. The rabbit hole goes deeper than that. So Turki al-Rashid, right, has unalived an American reporter on Saudi Arabia soil, right? And there was nothing that became of it. Joe Biden said he was going to do something, didn't do anything. Donald Trump said he was going to do something, he didn't do nothing as well, right? So fast forward, Donald Trump has done a lot of business with Saudi Arabia, and Donald Trump has put a bunch of DEI people, family people in positions of power. One of the people that was loyal to Donald Trump was none other than Dana White. You familiar with that, Marky Dan?
Of course.
Okay, Dana White. Dana White and Donald Trump have a ton of history of Donald Trump. Dana White just, bro. Dana White, the look that Dana White has in his eyes when he talks about Donald Trump is similar than the one that my wife gave me when she on her knee. You know what I mean? When she on her knees looking like gazing
president, maybe future president.
And man, this dude just be glazing Donald Trump anytime his name is brought up. Check this out, Marky Dan. Check this out. He gives the history of why he likes Donald Trump and then persists to just glaze this man up. And glazing, if you let Donald Trump shoot that civil right glaze on your face, hey, now we got to keep it real, Marky Dan. That's what we doing, young revolutionary. We got to keep it real. Dana White is out there getting turkey basted by Donald Trump. At his age, he's shooting protein powder, but it is what it is. Listen.
Is he was there early with you? How much does that matter to your relationship?
Yeah, loyalty is really important to me, and he's been a very good friend to me. And he's a massive fight fan, And it's not this thing, the UFC got popular, so Trump, but whatever. Trump was the guy who reached out to us when we couldn't get venues and had us come to the Taj. We did our first 2 shows over there. And when you think about it then, the Trump brand here, the UFC brand here, he showed up for the first fight and stayed till the last fight for both events. He's a guy who would reach out to me my entire career when good things happen and say, hey, congratulations. I always knew you were going to do it.
When they step out, what is it like? What is?
Now, he did that for reasons that you and I probably are aware of, Mikey Dan. Dana White doesn't know. He thinks, this big time Donald Trump looked out for us when nobody would, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. But you and I both know that Donald Trump soiled his relationship with boxing, right? Are you aware of that, Marky Dan?
To what degree?
Huh?
To what degree?
So you don't know. See, I know YN language. I got a YN book right here. What degree means, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. We're going to get there, Marky Dan. Well, we're going to get to the promised land, young revolutionary. So let me show this. Let me show Dana White glazing Donald Trump, and then I'll go to the history of Dana White, Donald Trump and his relations to boxing, because he used to do a bunch of boxing events, and he kind of ran himself out of boxing through bad business practices. But We'll get to it. Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. We're cooking still. We still cooking.
Number one. Number one. You take any of the greatest fighters of all time, Trump is number one. The most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
In what respect?
Why keep doing this? You know, you got money, you got a great life, you got whatever. Why keep doing this? And the one thing that I can tell you, and this is a fact, this guy loves this country.
Right.
So Dana White, while he was glazing, basically essentially said that Donald Trump is the number one fighter of all time. Fighter. The number one fighter. Donald Trump. You can't, bro. What's up, Chad? You can't make this up, bro. Donald Trump is the number one fighter, Marky Dan. You can't make it up, bro. Donald Trump, a guy who gave a story. Do I still got this clip? I think I still got this clip. The guy who gave a speech about him versus a flight of stairs. And I was looking at those stairs. Y'all can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
They over there messing with your mic. They over there. It's already begun, your Marky Dan.
No,
but
I got a phone call.
Okay. What's good, Angie? The guy who did him versus a flight of stairs. And I was looking at those flight of stairs. I said, oh my God, I don't know if I can make it up. This dude really had a come to Jesus moment about his triumph versus stairs. And you're like, bro, what? That is the guy who's the number one fighter of all time? My grandma is 80 years old, and she don't even huff and puff going up a flight of stairs. And definitely wouldn't be called the greatest fighter of all time for defeating a flight of stairs. Like, and it wasn't even stairs. It was the little ramp that you use to get into your diesel truck, you know, for all the CDL people out there. Like, you can't make this up. Dana White was out there glazing like a mug, glazing hard. Let me see if I can find this, Marky Dan. Give me your thoughts while I find this clip. You there? Boy, them YNs be sleep at the wheel. You there, Marky Dan? And this is exactly why the people out there listening, you cannot start a revolution with YNs. Because the moment that you start talking some revolutionary stuff, this is what's going through their head.
Oh, girl, I know your secret. You dipping on me. Got that McNuggets loving. You went to McDonald's? It just ain't fair. Why can't you share your love with me?
Nice song, but you're still not getting any of my crispy, juicy McNuggets.
Girl, you got a 10-piece, please don't be stingy.
Marky Dan, what you doing, bro?
No, my child's mother was calling me. My bad, bro. I got life.
How you gonna win a revolution with baby mama issues? Man, let me put you in the backstage.
I don't have baby mama issues. What are you talking about, nigga? Are you crazy?
Hold on. Right now, you out there truth telling, right, for your revolution. And your baby mama call you 1-800, you know what I mean, on the way 1-800 number, you know, and you answer. You gotta tell your baby mama you out there fighting. Did Martin Luther King wife call him while he was out there marching, brother?
Well, first off, it was a very good conversation. So I don't know why you making it like.
Then you over there being brief with your baby mama, bro. You ain't got no integrity.
What do you mean I ain't got no integrity?
Bro, come on. Do I have to say it? Do I have to spell it out for you, Marky Dan? Do I have to spell it out for you, Marky Dan?
Look at the cool.
Probably not gonna get attention. Nah, I hope my kids don't get no McDonald's.
Yo, you didn't hear Look at the Coons playing?
No, I don't.
Bro, what is fix your audio? How you gonna win a revolution with bad audio and baby mama's calling?
God damn,
what's good,
when
Taylor?
do I get to talk about these topics? God damn it, Boxer Scott. I'm tired of your cooning.
This guy right here, bro. Listen, this is a satirical moment, brother. You gotta learn to pace yourself, Marky Dan. That's why you always run out of gas. You like Canelo. Gotta learn to place yourself, young brother. What's good, Mel?
I'm more like Sugar Ray Robinson. I like to get to the point.
Go ahead, Macadam. Just start cooking. Just start cooking, bro. I got you.
Oh, you ain't got no questions for me based on your topics.
Hey, just
I
just
mean,
cook, Marky Dan. I got something for you, Marky. Just cook. Just go ahead. Go ahead, White. I'm unleashing the revolutionary on Donald Trump right now. Let's see what you got. What's good like that?
I mean, what is there to say, Boxer Scholar? We've just come out of the most authoritarian month of this orange man's second term. I mean, in every way, shape, form, or fashion. I mean, the fucking guy killed 25 people in the Caribbean. No authorization from Congress. Just says he's blowing up some gunboats. There's no evidence of it at all whatsoever. He's bringing us that much closer to a war with Venezuela. They're down there fucking grabbing tuna fishers off their boats and holding them. I mean, so bringing us closer to a war with Venezuela nobody asked for. Based on lies. There's basically no drugs. I'm not gonna say. Well, yeah, there's basically no drugs produced in Venezuela. It's coming from Ecuador and Colombia, and then 74% of it goes through the Pacific. Okay, and the 24 that does come through the Caribbean, once again, it's not coming from Venezuela. But even that, I mean, going to free speech. I mean, Charlie Kirk's death based on and there
Bro,
and
what did
them
you just
using
say?
that to attack Charlie Kirk's death.
Bro, you know goddamn well you can't talk about no bro, don't do that no more, bro. Come on, YN. Like, come
What
on.
do you mean,
This see, Marky Dan, I'm gonna learn you. I'm gonna learn you. I'm gonna
bro?
learn you.
Stop being scary,
No,
bro.
no,
I
no,
can't
no,
say,
no,
nah,
no,
you,
absolutely not. Absolutely
man.
not.
All right, okay. Mr. Harley Herc's unalivement. Um, it was a very intense time. I mean, they were using that as an excuse and as a precedence to go after people's First Amendment rights who might have had something bad to say about Charlie Kirk. And you even had congressmen saying they're going to use their power, the power of the federal government to go after you and go after your jobs, go after your driver's license. Then, I mean, the fucking double whammy closing move. This fucking guy indicts Chris Comey on a bunch of what is that his name? Chris Comey, yeah. Indicts him on a bunch of fucking trumped up charges. Uh the U.S. attorney for the East District of Virginia refused to do it because it were bullshit charges, and he fired him. Then he goes on Twitter, and it's just one of the most insane, unbelievable fucking rants you will ever see in your life. Like from a president, like people back when Watergate happened, when Nixon used the federal government to go after the Democrats, and they found them pillaging the DNC. I mean, Donald Trump putting out this tweet to Pam, you have to go after Schiff and Comey and Letitia James. Like this is not even gonna make it to court. It's not. It's bullshit. And then it got leaked in a memo because this new attorney that's been put in place. By the way, she's never been a prosecutor. She's an insurance attorney that they sent her in there to give this grand jury indictment, which all you need is probable cause. But this is not gonna make it to trial. I mean, this is just, and then what's gonna happen is, once again, these people that Donald Trump promised these prosecutions for, it's once again gonna be nothing. It's gonna be smoke, just like with the Epstein files. But man, overall, and then if you want to, we could get to the with like that crazy fucking meeting he had with the generals.
Yo, Marky
I
Dan.
mean, just
I just want everybody listening that I promise you within a year of this young YN hanging around me, he gonna know how to pace himself. This is why YNs can't keep no women. You know, they just front heavy. Everything is, put it harbor to the left, put everything into the battleship and shoot it. That's what we got. Everything is just 100 miles per hour. No pacing yourself. You got to mark it in. What's the difference between a rant and a presentation?
Well, a presentation is something that's prepared. A rant is uncontrolled and doesn't have decorum.
Bam. Thank you, YN. You're cooking now. Now you're cooking, YN.
I had decorum.
So Marky Dan, you gotta learn to teach the audience that you're conveying a message to, because anybody can rant, right? I could just fire up a camera and just say, I hate Trump bad. But when you got the presentation and you teaching them,
I mean,
you know what I mean?
respectfully, Boxers guy, you're the host of the show. You understand what I'm saying?
Brother, ain't no iron revolution. No, ain't no iron revolution, brother. Ain't no iron revolution, brother.
Not only that, I had decorum and I set it up. I said this is the most authoritarian month of the second term, and I went into each point of why. It's not that I outpaced myself. I don't even think I've been talking for that long.
I beg to differ, but you good, Marky Dan. You good. So this is what I wanted to say, Marky Dan, because remember I asked you earlier. I said, do you know about Donald Trump's involvement in boxing, right? And you was like, you basically said, no, you didn't know, right? So Donald Trump used to be
his involvement in boxing. I just don't know why he got fired.
What went bad? Okay, well then that's where we are, right? That's where we are. So Donald Trump, the dude that the TYT investigator broke it down really, really poetically and paced himself. So here we go.
Mr. Trump, not coming alone. What's this about a fight before the fight? No problem.
Here's how Donald Trump ruined his relationship with boxing.
No other on the planet. The world's second largest building after the Pentagon, the Taj Mahal spans 3 football fields and cost $1 billion.
Trump opens the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and it's a disaster.
The Taj Mahal was the worst casino opening in the history of gambling.
That is Jack O'Donnell, former president and COO of Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino. On opening night, slot machines break down.
What about the slot machine thing where they were down for a while?
The slots were so hot. Nobody's seen people play that hard and that fast.
So what, it blew out the slots literally?
They blew apart.
April of 1991, George Foreman.
This is my George Foreman family-sized grill.
Yes, that George Foreman, with 69 wins at 42 years old, fought fellow future Hall of Famer and heavyweight champ Evander Holyfield.
So the question was where we would do the fight.
That is Bob Arum, legendary promoter in the sport who represented Foreman. He's promoted Muhammad Ali, Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, and Oscar De La Hoya, to name a few. Dan Duva and his wife Kathy promoted Holyfield.
Dan and I both agreed that it would go to the highest bidder.
So with the agreement in place, the Duvas and Arum wanted to get a casino in town to sponsor it. Caesars bid $11 million for the bout. Trump's bid came in at $11.5 million.
So I told Dan at the time, I don't trust Trump. Let's go with Caesar's Palace.
Duva told Arum, no, a deal is a deal. We have to go with Trump because he outbid Caesars by $500K.
You ready for this, Marky Dan? So Bob Arum doesn't want to go with Donald Trump. They're like, no, we got to be loyal to him because, loyalty matters in business. And I think you know where this is going, Marky Dan.
People working for Trump telling him, Donald, we can't afford this in Atlantic City.
Meanwhile,
now the 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail.
The Persian Gulf War begins in January 1991, and Trump, the opportunist he is, sees a financial stress reliever.
8 days before the Foreman-Holyfield fight is to take place, contract is terminated, act of war.
The war clause was Trump's out. I have the right to postpone the fight until the ravages of war are over, he told the AP.
This is a threat to your business.
This was unprecedented.
Arum said, we thought it was a joke. He invoked the clause to renegotiate the fee and the due date for a $2.5 million payment on the fighters as guarantees. Dan Duva said, well, we have a contract. And Trump looked at him and very calmly said, well, you can sue me if you want.
Budweiser cordially invites you to a party at Trump Plaza.
Arum, right all along.
Marky Dan, this guy, one thing they always talk about Donald Trump being this great businessman, you never ever find anybody talking about how business was so great for them because they invoked on a journey with Donald Trump and made a lot of money. Whether it be the university going out of business, whether it be Donald Trump screwing over Bob Arum and Top Rank in a fight that he knew he couldn't afford to try to renegotiate. It's just a bunch of stuff that Donald Trump is just, he's a piece of crap.
Proposed the fight move back to Vegas, where Trump proclaimed he would take Arum to court with little time to spare, and this being the very first pay-per-view ever the fight took place. At the end of the day, we took in, with the sale of the tickets and with the $1 million from Trump, $9 million, said Arum. To this day,
He's a fucking
I am
con
angry
artist.
at Donald Trump because he swindled us, and that's the
He's a
only
fucking
way
con
to
artist.
say it. He swindled Dan Duva and myself out of $2.5 million. After this charade, Trump never hosted another major title fight at his properties, per CNN, or as Kathy Duva puts it.
If your claim to fame is that you've taken money from other people and not delivered what you promised, that doesn't make you a genius businessman. That makes you a thief.
If you'd like to hear more thought-provoking content,
Crazy work, Marky Dan.
He's a dumb con artist, son of a orange bitch. That's crazy work. Scholar.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hello? Okay, yeah.
I can
So
hear you
the
now.
reason why Donald Trump's involvement in UFC or with Dana White wasn't because he seen the potential in Dana White's eyes. He just knew Dana White was going to be the successful businessman, but he essentially ran himself out of boxing through bad business practices. And they talk about this draining the swamp stuff, Marky Dan. Donald Trump, now with this deal that's happening with Turkey Al-Rashid and EA Sports, is literally the swamp like festering and showing itself like live. Like for instance, this merger right here. Were you familiar with this, Marky Dan? So you remember, I don't know if you recall, but there was a time where Facebook was going at Donald Trump. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, for people that don't know that, here it is.
Former President Trump alleging Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg will try to unlawfully influence the 2024 election, writing, if he does anything illegal, this time he will spend the rest of his life in prison.
So he threatened the Zuckerberg, right? Not Zuckerberg, Zuckerberg. He threatened him with prison time if he influenced the election, right? And how did Mark Zuckerberg respond? I'm glad you asked, Marky Dan. I'm glad you asked, YN. He made Zuckerberg, because you know he made him suck him up. But he made Zuckerberg bend the knee and allow Dana White to be on the board of his business.
Mark Zuckerberg announcing 3 new appointees to Meta's board of directors. Dana White, president and CEO of UFC. Zuckerberg saying he's admired him as an entrepreneur and brand builder. John Elkann, the CEO of Exor and the chairman of 2 of its portfolio companies, Stellantis and Ferrari, noting that he brings an international perspective to Meta's board. And also Charlie Songhurst, a tech investor who previously led strategy teams at Microsoft and joined the Meta Advisory Group last year to advise on AI and technology roadmaps, now officially joining the board. Zuckerberg saying that 2025 will be a big year for Meta, and he's excited.
Force Meta to put Dana White on their board. That is absolutely insane. Insane. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's crazy work. And not only that, Marky Dan, what you were talking about earlier, Marky Dan. See, Marky Dan, you on the right trail, but you just a little bit kind of lost in the sauce. You want me to tell you what I mean when I say that, Marky Dan? Is the YN still here? Well, I'll just talk. I don't know what the hell Marky Dan got going on. So anyway, the
I
FCC
said, go
was.
ahead, nigga. I was on mute.
See, I already went to sleep. That's why I say you start off fiery and then go to sleep. So look,
Go ahead,
Paramount
nigga.
was set to partner with Skydance, right? And the FCC was going to approve that, which is the government, right? And before they approved it, they did something that, if you pay attention, was unconstitutional and un-American, and basically was corruption. It was the swamp stuff that we're talking about. So the first thing that they did is they partnered. They settled. They settled a lawsuit with Donald Trump, even though that they knew that they would win the lawsuit because it was baseless, right? And they knew it was baseless. That's why they said it didn't have any merit to it. But they settled that.
Not only that, he sued for $10 billion in damages. They only gave him $16 million.
But are you familiar what else they gave him, Marky Dan?
What else did they give
First
him?
off, Marky Dan, why settle a lawsuit that you probably would win with ease?
It's capitulation. A bunch of fucking cowards and punks.
No.
Yes,
The reason that
hold
they
on. Be at
gotta,
ease. Goddamn. Can I finish saying what I'm saying? Goddamn you.
go ahead with
Boxing
this YN rhetoric.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Not only that, like you were just saying, they wanted the merger to go through between Paramount Plus and Skydance. I agree, Boxer Scholar. But, well, not even but. That's pretty much it. That's why they capitulated. And really, I mean, that's as authoritarian and un-American as it gets. The president of the United States is suing a media company, and he's using the FCC to leverage against them and their license.
So yeah, that was the point that I was going to make. Thank you for making the point that I was going to make. But here we go.
Tonight, President-elect Donald Trump making a cameo at the annual Army-Navy football game, surrounded by the House Speaker and the incoming Vice President and Senate Majority Leader, and some of his more controversial cabinet picks, Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's choice for National Intelligence Director, and Pete Hegseth, the former Fox News host and Army National Guard veteran who Trump chose for Secretary of Defense. A high-profile show of support for Hegseth, whose selection has been challenged by allegations of excessive drinking and sexual assault, both of which he denies. Trump previously confirming his support for Hegseth in an interview last week with NBC's Kristen Welker.
Do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do. He's a very smart guy.
Trump's renewed backing a boost for Hegseth, who has spent many days since his selection in one-on-one sessions with senators he will need to win over. And breaking late today, court filings showing a settlement has been reached between ABC, ABC News, anchor George Stephanopoulos, and President-elect Trump. ABC agreeing to make a $15 million donation to a future Trump Presidential Foundation and Museum, pay $1 million to cover legal fees, and publish a statement of regret to settle a defamation lawsuit Trump filed against ABC, ABC News, and Stephanopoulos in March. Stephanopoulos said on air that Trump had been found liable for rape in the E. Jean Carroll case, when in fact Trump had been found civilly liable for sexual abuse.
God damn.
What's the difference?
So there is no difference. They didn't fight it because they had their eye on the prize. They wanted that merger. So they just settled out of court and gave, what's up, Mr. Mulatto, gave Trump whatever he wanted to get. That's the point. That's the point. Yeah. Donald Trump is on
E. Jean Carroll. There's no difference.
Marky Dan, bro. Marky Dan, you're not going to have a channel, bro, if you don't learn to control your impulses, bro.
I didn't say the word. I said grape.
Yes, you did. You just literally said the word.
I said grape. Grape.
I heard the R word, but go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm talking about grapes. I can't talk about grapes. You don't like grapes on Boxer Scholar? I'm just asking.
But this is what I was gonna say. To Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert and those guys, Donald Trump had said way before that something ever happened that something was gonna happen to Jimmy Kimmel. He's either super duper smart and a genius, like he tells everybody, I'm a stable genius, or he made it part of the deal that he made with them when they settled and stuff like that, that they would get rid of Jimmy Kimmel and Colbert. Because I mean, when Colbert's show was canceled, even though it was the highest rating show in late night, you know, so there's no reason to get rid of the highest rated show
I
in
mean,
late
if
night.
that's the case, Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert would have one hell of a fucking lawsuit if
Are
that
you
ever came
serious?
out.
You're
Yes, the
talking about
federal
Marky
government
Dan. You're
came in.
talking about a guy who does not
Yes.
obey the court system that's in place to
No,
check
no,
him.
no, no. That doesn't mean Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert cannot sue him for damages. The federal government came in and told their bosses, hey, fuck those guys. That's damages. They're losing money. They're losing their shows. That's their livelihood.
Like I said, Marky Dan,
What's
good
here
luck
these
with
long ass
lawsuits.
pauses, nigga?
Good luck with lawsuits in this administration. Good luck with that, Marky Dan.
Man, you just want to capitulate.
I hear what you say, and you know, hearing what you're saying, but at the end of the day, Marky Dan, Trump does whatever he wants to do. You can't tell me on one hand that we're living in a dictatorship, authoritarian government, tyranny, and all this other stuff. But hey, you got a lawsuit on your hands. All you gotta do is like Marky Dan, be quiet, bro. You just talking, Marky Dan. You're not even thinking about what you're saying. The contradiction that you're saying
I'm
on your head.
talking. What do you mean? I'm not saying that this is something that's going to help overall society or anything like that. But I'm just saying it's a good way for Jimmy
Do you
Kimmel and
hold on? Let me
Stephen
ask you this, Marky
Colbert
Dan. Do
to
you
stick
think
their
that they
thumb in
could
his
win?
eye.
Do you think that they will win a lawsuit against Donald Trump?
Yes, if they could
Donald
prove
Trump, the
that that was a
same
part of
Donald
the
Trump,
settlement agreement.
the same Donald Trump who doesn't abide by any laws, does insider trading, does whatever the hell he wants to with
Donald
34
Trump has
felonies.
to pay E. Jean Carroll that money for what he did there. I know that's for a fact. He has to pay her over $100 million, also, or excuse me, $80 million for defamation as well, on top of
yeah,
the
wasn't
sexual abuse.
yeah, but that was before he was president, correct?
Yeah, and that was reaffirmed
Exactly.
after he tried to appeal and get it so that it would be under the president or excuse me, so that he would get presidential immunity. And they said no, he has to pay her.
Okay, we'll see. But here's the proof that you need that they would probably more than likely would show in court.
Yes, I've got an entertainment-based question for you. A few weeks ago, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving his show. Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time. And I would say pretty much from the beginning, Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern, it's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show, used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before, when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
I would never say anything negative about Donald Trump because...
You know when he went down, Howard Stern? When he endorsed Hillary Clinton in 2016, which happened to be the person that I was running up against. Jimmy Fallon is next, and this is after the Stephen Colbert cancellation. How did he know Jimmy Fallon was next specifically? Bro, this dude is targeting his political adversaries.
Go ahead.
He's targeting his political adversaries, and he's not even hiding it anymore. Like all that, the coverage I did of Donald Trump, and everybody was saying, "Oh, Boxer Scholar, this is propaganda. How could you do propaganda?" and all this old weird stuff. Everything. He's not even hiding it anymore. He's agreeing with me and everything I said before the election. And Marky Dan, that brings everything full circle, right? Full circle, because Paramount the Dana White merger with Meta, and this. Oh snap! I ain't even got the thinking now. I'm tripping like a mother. Hold on. Give me a second. The Paramount deal. Goddamn, Market. That's what them long pauses go for. That's where them long pauses come from. You the enemy. You come up here to debate. You supposed to be up here to teach. Revolutionary people that teach. They don't debate. But that's okay. That's okay. What I'm gonna do, Market, I know what to do next time. So here we go.
$7 billion deal with Paramount, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, more commonly known as the UFC, gave CBS and Paramount Plus rights to broadcast its mixed martial arts fights. Starting in 2026, CBS and Paramount Plus will have the rights to stream UFC's signature events like Fight Night over a period of 7 years. Paramount's subscriber count is nowhere near its competitors like Netflix and Disney Plus, and experienced a decline in subscribers last quarter. Paramount's new CEO, David Ellison, has mentioned investing resources into sports to draw more viewers and boost subscriber count. The new Paramount CEO is the son of Oracle's billionaire co-founder Larry Ellison. He has previously been spotted at 2 fights with President Donald Trump and UFC CEO Dana White. Trump's relationship with the UFC goes back to the 2000s, allowing fights being hosted at his property in Atlantic City. UFC's White has openly spoken about Trump's help and backed his presidential bids as well. The announcement of the Paramount UFC deal comes less than a week after Paramount closed its merger with Skydance Media. Paramount and Skydance agreed to merge last July, but it wasn't greenlit by the FCC until July 2025. Last year, Trump sued CBS and Paramount over its 60 Minutes episode with Kamala Harris. Paramount paid $16 million to settle that lawsuit. Most recently, Paramount also announced that it would be canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, characterizing it as a financial decision. However, Colbert, who has been anti-Trump, noted the timing of the cancellation announcement, which was soon after the Paramount settlement, which Trump had considered a victory. For more on this story, check out the article at the link in the.
Like I said, they're not even hiding the corruption, Marky Dan. They're doing it in plain daylight, and nobody's going to do anything about it. Dana White, is going to be a powerful man. If he's already a powerful man, and he's part of the swamp, and he's also part of the lawsuits and corruption and everything. You know what I mean? And he's been put in high places he had no business in being. Because I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but you remember the Power Slap League that he invested into, Marky Dan? You recall that?
Yeah.
Check this out.
From your point of view, what's the significance of this new organization?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff I usually just, just going to keep doing what I do, and we're going to do what we do at the UFC. And listen, at the end of the day, this is like one of the biggest mergers in the history of sports. We've been kicking ass for however many years now. The WWE is doing well. And I mean, I say this to you guys every year, but this just takes the whole sport and everything to a whole different level. And, I flew out to that thing last night and did it this morning, and it was actually really, really cool. It was cool to be a part of, and I'm excited about the future and what we're going to do. And I always am, regardless. But after this merger, I mean, we're so.
Marky Dan, ask me where they are now. I got a notification on my phone the other day. I got a notification on my phone the other day, and it brings me sad news to find out that they're filing for Chapter 11, the Power Slap League, because they cannot generate an audience because Dana White is not this brilliant guy that everybody portrays him to be. The UFC fell in his lap, and because it's wrestling but real, it took a lot of wrestling fans.
That's not true.
The UFC fell in Dana White's lap, bro.
No, it's not. No, it did not. He had to not only that, he had to buy it out with the Fertillas and Zuffa. They were his backers. Then he had to build it up. He had to compete with Pride, Strike Force, WEC early on. Then he had to buy
What does that have
WEC
to
out.
do with it
Then
falling in
yeah,
his lap?
Dana White. Hold on, stop cutting me off, man. That my point is Dana White had a lot of competitors, and what ended up happening is he bought all them niggas out. That's how we got Rampage and Vanderlei Silver over from Pride and all them different niggas. Cause Dana White, well, say whatever you want about him, he dominated the competition. That's why Bellator. I mean, come on, they're a laughing stock. They're a joke. I've never like
So
there was one time I would decide to sit down and watch a Bellator card, and that was for AJ McKee versus Pitbull, and that was it. I mean, like, no, UFC is it. Dana White has done this. Now, Slap League, I mean, I don't know. Like, where was it being broadcasted? Did it have a contract with ESPN Plus, or was it just being put on the UFC app? Like that's the thing. Not everybody has access to that app, so it could be a failure in in a strategy when it comes to the marketing and the networking. I do agree on that. But some good things came from that merger of Boxing Scholar Paige Van Zandt. We got her over there in the Slaps League.
Really?
Yeah, I remember Paige Van Zandt. She was in there. She was over there.
Oh, gee golly. Thank God they said they did something good. So anyway,
Yeah.
I wanted to say this. Let's see, Marky Dan. I've realized now. I used to eat. The only person I ever did a presentation on my channel on was Pittsburgh T. From now on, you getting the link after the presentation because you literally. I said Dana White, the UFC fell in his lap. You said no, it didn't fall in his lap because he had to compete with people. Do you know what falling in somebody's lap means? So Dana White started off as a person that wanted to pursue boxing. And he had the Duff boxing stuff that he's trying to revamp was a league that he already had when he failed an attempt at boxing. He was in Vegas and he found out about the UFC. It wasn't a passion of his or anything. He just found out about it, went in with the Fertitta brothers and invested into it, but it fell into his lap. He didn't have a passion for it. It was right place, right time. They had tried to sell to other people. Matter of fact, they tried to sell to Vince McMahon, but he denied it. And it fell into Dana White's lap. If Vince McMahon had bought it, wouldn't be no Dana White. That's the point that I'm
So
conveying to people.
did the Lakers fall into Jerry Buss's lap because he was in real estate all his life? That don't make no sense, Boxer Scholar.
Okay, so the people that it makes sense to with good comprehension, then it makes sense. So we can move on. It definitely fell into Dana White's lap.
No. But can you engage with my question or what I just asked? Did the Lakers fall into Jerry Buss's lap because he was pursuing real estate his entire career and had no
Marky Dan.
background in basketball?
Marky Dan. Jerry West was a basketball player. What the hell are you talking about?
Jerry Buss.
Marky Dan. Yes. Why would you ask me a question with the exact same
No,
scenario?
I just wanted to confirm. I just wanted to make sure you were consistent. That's all. Good.
Bro, this dude crazy, man. Marky Dan is the craziest YN
I don't see how that's
on
a
the
bad
net,
thing.
bro.
Dana White still had to build that business, but okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it fell in his lap. Okay.
Okay, building a business and falling in the lap is two different things. Falling in the lap is right place, right time. That's why I said it fell in his lap. And because I know the history of it, I know that Vince McMahon was offered the UFC before. And had he took that deal, it wouldn't be no Dana White because he was already big time in wrestling. And then you got wrestling and it's real. And he knows how to develop a personality. Dana White don't allow no personalities bigger than the UFC because he wants his brand to be bigger than the fighters. But that's another story. So yeah, Dana White basically had the UFC fall in his lap, you know what I mean? And then he put his head in Trump's lap, which is why he's able to, go out there and be a part of Facebook and all these other organizations that he has no business being a part of, right? And even though the Slap League went out of business, bro, it just showed that Dana White is not as smart as he portrays himself to be. Who in the hell want to watch somebody slap somebody to sleep? It ain't even like a slap league where there's a referee and it's fair. You have to put your arms behind your back and allow the person to just haul off and slap the shit out of you.
$24.5 million.
And just slap the shit out of you. That is the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah.
I can't believe people really sign up for that.
I don't really get it, to be honest, Boxer Scholar, but I mean, those guys, I mean, they love it. I see those Russians over there. They love doing that. They love slapping the crap out of each other.
And that's why they filing for bankruptcy, because not enough Russians out there supporting it. Then Dana White sits front row and
I
acts like
mean,
he actually enjoys
most
it.
of those Russians are getting are Ukrainian fertilizer right now, Boxer Scholar. Let's have some respect.
Elaborate. What do we got to have some? What are we talking about?
I mean, most of them are Ukrainian fertilizer right now, Boxer Scholar. They're not here anymore. Those Russians we were just talking about filing for bankruptcy. They're out of here. Have some respect.
Yeah, you just talking now, Marky Dan. I know when you're just talking. Now you're just talking. So Marky Dan, to the YNs like Marky Dan who think he's safe on YouTube and he can say, Bruno's name. We're gonna call him Bruno. So anybody who want to talk about that guy's name who was unalive that we not gonna speak over there, say Bruno. You know what I mean? Because we don't talk about Bruno. No. But you think you're safe on YouTube, Marky Dan? You think you safe on YouTube? Like they ain't got no reach to YouTube, Marky Dan?
Agreed to pay $24.5 million to settle a lawsuit brought by President Trump. That was over the temporary suspension of the president's account after the January 6th insurrection. Most of that money, we're told, is expected to go toward the president's planned White House ballroom. $2.5 million from this settlement will go to other plaintiffs in the case whose accounts were also suspended.
McDonald's. CDC is warning that a dangerous parasitic illness is becoming.
Marky Dan. Donald Trump is suing YouTube and updating the White House that he's scheduled to leave in 2028. Should that be a red flag that he's probably not going to leave? Hello.
No, I told you the other day, Civil War is coming because he's not gonna. JD Vance said it out of his mouth that if he were in Mike Pence's position, he would have not certified the election for Joe Biden. He said that. He said that out of his mouth. To this day, Donald Trump has refused to acknowledge the results of that election.
Video game maker Electronic Arts
He's printing fucking 2028 hats.
announcing a $55 billion.
Like, why would you think he's gonna leave? He didn't leave the last time.
So I don't know about this Civil War stuff that you speak of, Marky Dan, because a Civil War would include you and I ain't going out there dying for nobody's millions and billions. You speak for yourself. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm safe. Y'all ain't. I'm an only child. I'm the only living child. So y'all hang in there, Marky Dan. I wish you luck in your Civil War, brother. Hey, may the odds be in your favor, like they say on Hunger Games.
Well, what's going to happen is, Boxer Scholar, and really, I think that's what that whole conference with the 800 flag staff generals was, because it's the first of its kind ever. And Pete Hegseth said that his own.
So, Marky Dan, I just want to say, it's been a pleasure talking to you, brother. When this war that you speak of happened, brother, I'ma definitely tell your baby mama that you was a good man. I'm gonna say you don't know how to listen, but you was a good man. I'm gonna say that you would even neglect your show, you know what I mean, to tend to her needs, brother. So he was a good black man. That's what I'm gonna tell her, brother.
Back now, golly, man, these people love fucking calling me when I'm on live, bro. Like, I don't get it. You have all day to call me. Now you want to call me. I just don't understand it.
This man talking about a revolution. He can't even get through. Well, what he been 30 minutes?
Well, yeah, what I was just saying, Boxer Scholar, the Civil War, it's not gonna be fought by me and you. No. That's what that whole conference with the 800 generals was. It's the pretext, because Pete Hegseth, the dumbest son of a bitch you could ever see in your life, he said it out of his own mouth that he wants loyalty, that he wants to do away with woke rules and engagements, and he would support guys in breaking the law. He said that. Now, there are generals who are going to stand on their oath to the Constitution, and when Trump makes his move, it's going to split the command structure between fascists and patriots who are going to remove Trump from office. Now, I don't think that's going to involve me. I'm gonna be safe. I'm on a little island down there. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That's the federal government. Y'all need to figure that shit out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Marky Dan, you said a lot of words, but all I heard was, "I'm not ready. I'm fake. I'm not a real revolutionary."
I mean, excuse me, like, well, where in that is my revolution? What are you talking about? That's just war, brother. That's just what's gonna happen. That's just inevitability when that man makes his move. Because what that's gonna do? There's no. If the Republic, well, firstly, if he decides to do that, the military is going to be faced with a constitutional crisis because there's no mechanism for the military to remove a president who has broken his oath of office to the Constitution. So they're going to be put in a position where they need to uphold their oath by removing this son of a bitch. But that's what that was about, Boxing Scholar. You're not getting it. But hey, you don't get it. It's okay. That's what that meeting was about. It was about laying that groundwork. Because that's how Russia is. Russia's military is deeply corrupt. And fucking generals are selling parts and vehicles and weapons all over the world. They go missing. And nobody else, and Putin never hears about it. That's how our military is going to be. It's going to be deeply fucking corrupt from the top down if these sons of bitches win. But anyways, Boxing Scholar, go ahead. Go ahead, whatever your next part of your presentation was. Because you don't want to accept the reality that's going to happen for you.
Give me a sec.
No problem. But yeah, it's going to happen. I mean, J.D. Vance, once again, I'm going to say it. J.D. Vance said it out of his own mouth. He would not have certified the election for Joe Biden. What you're going to see is when Donald Trump, and this may even happen sooner than 2028. This might happen in 2026. And what you're going to see is if Donald Trump, if he decides that he's going to lose so fucking terribly in 2026, he's going to have Pam Bondi and Kash Patel fake some type of false flag or say there's some type of Chinese hack of the voting election system. So we have to postpone the election. And then at that point, there'll be court cases going on for fucking who knows how long. And the blue states, they will refuse to pay taxes. They'll refuse to give up their taxes. Not only that, you're gonna start seeing violence, people burning down fucking IRS buildings and federal courthouses, and federal agents and prosecutors
Why they not doing
getting
that now, Marky
unalived.
Dan?
This is gonna be terrible. It's gonna be a terrible and violent time
Marky Dan, why they not doing that now?
because we're not at that point yet.
What's good, Con?
If
What's
he
good, SF?
decides,
Marky Dan, you know why? Because people are comfortable. If there was any time to do a revolution, it would have been after 9/11 when people started, when you go to the airport and you get sexually assaulted before you get on the plane. That would have been a good time as any to have a revolution. But you know what happened, Marky Dan?
I didn't
They
know that.
gave up their freedoms for comfort. This is why everybody in America is for sale. If you're an American, you just got to name your price. That's why they don't trip on anything, because they know that they could buy everything's for sale.
Nah, but if Donald Trump postpones a fucking election and the
What
people
happened the
want him
first
to
time,
fuck
Marky
up
Dan?
out of there,
Marky Dan, what happened the first time?
huh?
Marky Dan, you're just talking, Marky Dan. We're
What?
talking about a dude who's doing whatever he wants to do with no pushback.
But that's gonna put
Ignoring
the U.S. in a
courts, Marky Dan,
constitutional crisis. We're not there yet.
Marky Dan,
We're
we
not in a
absolutely
constitutional
are.
crisis yet.
Marky Dan, let me ask you this because you're a historian. What did Nixon get in trouble for?
Nixon got in trouble for sending federal agents to raid the DNC.
Okay,
On top
keep
of other
going.
shit.
Keep going.
And I believe he influenced the attorney general to prosecute some of his political opponents.
There we go. So and what's crazy is Nixon probably would have won without doing all that, but that's another story, right? But Nixon was attacking his political opponents, and he was impeached and he resigned, and then the person that took over Ford pardoned him. Basically, there was no charges brought up. But the reason why I bring all of this up, Marky Dan, is he just he did less than Donald Trump, and if you looked at everything's water, like when in boxing, when there's a scandal, everybody says gate on it, right? Like if it's let's say a torn shoe, it'll be shoe gate. Like that's such a famous scandal, right? Watergate, that everything is gate now. Donald Trump said, "Hold my beer." His scandals are that on steroids, whether it be 34 felonies, of attacking political adversaries. He doesn't even hide it, and nothing is done. The mere fact that you look at that, you say, "Yeah, Americans are gonna wake up," bro. They wouldn't even wake up when Donald Trump was running for president, and he was the old guy in the election. And say what you want, they always talk about how we need to get old guys out of here. Kamala's younger than Donald Trump, way younger than Donald Trump, and you don't have to worry about her breaking a hip or losing her breath from going up a flight of stairs or any of the stuff that you had to worry about with Donald Trump. And they chose that guy after he had a bad first term. They still chose
But I
that guy.
think, but when you say that, I think you're ignoring the failings of the Democratic Party, Boxer Scholar. Because say what you will, but people are not happy with inflation, which yes, you can say Joe Biden, he did have to do a lot of spending because he had to um put out his
Did
American
we have
Recovery Plan
inflation under
package.
Trump?
Um, no, yeah, absolutely. We had inflation under Trump towards the back end because of COVID and because everybody had to be at home and because we had we had rent freezes, but yeah, we did have prices rising under Trump. But there was an illusion that Trump was quote unquote better at handling the economy because he was handed a better economy by Barack Obama, then he just heated it up by doing a bunch of government spending and cutting taxes. But no, I mean this guy's a fucking idiot. And then even then, like he doesn't have the people from back then in his administration currently. Like the people back then were just far more moderate. Like even with tariffs, like I might like we there's some things I disagree with him on, but like I feel like he might have been right to put some tariffs on the Chinese car market because those Chinese cars are just like Boxes got. It is out of this fucking world. Like, those Chinese cars ever make it over here? I was talking to BBO about it the other day. It's over with. Okay, it's over with for all these Ford, Ram, truck, GMC. It's over with. Jeeps, get them out of here. But this, just putting tariffs on the whole fucking world, and then the fact it's probably gonna be fucking. It might be struck. It's probably gonna get struck down by the Supreme Court. It's just blatantly unconstitutional.
How
But
you feel about my homie Most Hated said Scamala isn't black though, she's a tether.
Kamala Harris is absolutely black. She is. Her father is a black Jamaican man.
Well, let me ask you this, Marky Dan. How black is Donald Trump?
None. Donald Trump's family is from
0%?
Bavaria. His mother is from Lithuania. Yes,
So you telling
0%.
me
His
that if
grandfather
you
is Frederick Trump.
what you telling me is out of the two, if we were to measure their blackness, one person has 0. So, 0 is is non-negotiable, it's not discussable. And what does that have to do with Donald? Here's the thing. Everybody that voted for Donald Trump, Marky Dan, every single person has not celebrated since he was sworn in. They spend all their days defending Donald Trump's stupid ass policies. You notice
No,
that?
the boxes guy. Did you hear what happened? So the farming industry is in real trouble. Like in the next 5 years,
I seen it.
there might be no more private farmers in the U.S. Period, and that's not just in Arkansas. That's in Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois. That's all over the fucking place. And right now in Arkansas, they're begging for socialism. They're begging for bailouts. Okay, now they're pissed because this fucking idiot he's doing a bailout for Argentina. He's giving them you could say it's U.S. debt, but when are they gonna fucking pay that out? That's probably never. probably in our fucking great grandkids' lifetime. Like, so now they're pissed with, and now China is buying Argentina soybeans, and there's no like, there's the soybean market is dead. Like, these farmers are dead. Like, they're not dying, they are dead. Like, China has stopped all soybean orders.
Yeah, I
So
seen that.
I
And,
wonder if we're gonna see a turning of it. I just can't believe, like, we're gonna see. I just can't believe these people are that stupid that they're voting for these people again. I just can't believe it. But then again, I mean, well, what am I talking about?
hold on,
I
say that
can't
one more
believe it.
time.
I
Say that one
can't
more
believe
time,
it.
Marky. There. I like when I hear defeat in your voice. Say it one more time.
Go straight to hell. How about that? You
No,
ain't
no,
hear
no. Say it
defeat.
one more time. Say it one more time, Marky. I like to hear defeat in your voice, brother. Because what I've been trying to tell you is these same people that you think is fit to be these revolutionary geniuses and they're fit to
No,
come
no,
out of the
no, no, no. But
woodworks. And
Boxer Scholar, you thinking that right now is, and it is pretty bad right now what this son of a bitch is doing. But we're not at the point yet where he's declared the Democratic Party a terrorist regime because they're contesting the fact that he decided to postpone the election. We're not
they
at that
literally
point
did.
yet.
He
We're,
has on several
no, he
occasions.
is not.
Yes, he
He is
has.
not. The FBI. The FBI is not declared of the Democratic Party a terrorist organization and put out warrants for their arrest. That has not happened, Boxer Scholar.
Oh,
That
I
will
hate to
happen
be the bearer,
eventually.
but I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Mikey. But let's show this. Let me give the audience clarity on what you were saying, so they don't just think you making stuff up. So here we go. I'm gonna show this, and then I got something.
Up this year. In fact, China isn't buying any of the crop grown in the U.S. right now. Caroline Cummings takes us to a farm in Faribault to see the real world impact.
Sixth-generation farmer Matt Purfist spends long days out in the field in the fall as he harvests 2,000 acres of soybeans. Where all of that crop is going to go is unclear.
Our main exporter, where we export our beans to, is kind of putting up a zero on the board, which is overall not a great thing for our prices.
26,000 soybean farmers in Minnesota send 60% of their crop overseas. China, typically the biggest buyer. But not so this year. Their fall harvest order, zero. China is instead looking south to Argentina.
Brazil and Argentina are becoming huge producers of soybeans. They're actually outproducing the U.S. now. And you just don't want to lose that market share to them because they just continue to grow acres and grow good crops down there.
In an interview this weekend on another network, Senate Majority Leader John Thune says all of this means that farmers will likely need more assistance from Congress. Purvis says he prefers more markets to bailouts, and he said this year is like getting pinched from both ends since fertilizer prices are up significantly over last year.
A Band-Aid's great, but you don't want to impact or damage that relationship long-term, whatever the long-term implications might be from losing that.
But despite the uncertainty, he remains optimistic.
I think eventually it's going to come back. Now the question is, how long is that going to take? No one knows.
In Faribault with photojournalist Mike Durenberger, Caroline Cummings, WCCO News.
Today, the governor declared this soybean week in Minnesota to acknowledge.
No one cares. Soybeans are dead. But yeah. To add full context, Marky Dan, you know what's gonna happen. You know how you said that they haven't started. They've already started that rhetoric, and it started after Donald Trump called the said that the political people was targeting him, and he started talking about the left and Democrats and how the liberals and all this other stuff. That rhetoric, after Bruno passed away, got even more heightened, where they think liberals aren't even real Americans. Like, people will come in my chat and say liberal. It's like liberal has become the new N-word for white people, or white Republicans. And it's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense, Marky Dan, that you don't see what's already there. Like, are you just ignoring the rhetoric that they're saying, Marky Dan? Are you
No, I'm
ignoring the
not
ICE
ignoring the
soldiers?
rhetoric.
Did you
They're
see the
laying
ICE
the
soldiers?
groundwork.
Did you see the ICE soldiers?
They're not there yet.
Marky Dan, did you see the ICE soldiers chase? The ICE soldiers chased somebody for saying Donald Trump F Donald Trump.
Yeah. On his little bike.
Interesting.
We
And you
still
don't.
have hope, brother. if the Democrats can win the midterms, they can check him.
Oh, there you go. There you go with that hope.
Absolutely.
Let me
Now,
show you this.
if he removes, that's our only possibility of checking this executive branch. That's all.
What's good,
That
Stormy?
also has the Supreme Court under his fucking thumb. Now, if he takes away that avenue illegally and unconstitutionally, absolutely, you're gonna see
Mikey
fucking
dead.
riot. It's gonna be the same shit you saw
Okay.
as back in what nigga?
Okay, let's do this. You talking about the revolution and riots and stuff. Let's see.
I ain't talking about revolution. I'm talking about civil war.
Agenda
Okay, well let me show you this, Market.
down the throats of the American people.
Already, Trump is targeting blue states in a way that some Democrats claim is an abuse of power. We will get into that and more. But we start tonight
He's already targeting blue states, Marky Dan.
with a red alert for the country as federal troops enter more American cities, and Donald Trump suggests that some American citizens are, quote, enemies. Today, Trump claimed that the National Guard is now, quote, in place in Portland, Oregon. This, despite local on-the-ground reporting that National Guard deployment has actually been delayed amid legal challenges. Also today, federal troops are on the ground in Memphis, Tennessee. And Missouri's Republican governor has authorized the National Guard to assist ICE with deportations across the state. All of this comes, of course, just months after Donald Trump deployed troops to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. And it comes just one day after Trump tried to justify domestic military action, telling Pentagon leaders to, quote, handle the, quote, enemy from within. Take a listen.
To San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. We should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard. It's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control.
The Washington Post editorial board responded to these startling developments, writing simply, quote, U.S. cities aren't meant to be military training grounds, and our soldiers didn't sign up to be police officers. That is where
Marky dead. Like, bro, you can't ignore that, bro. Come on, YN, young revolutionary. I know you're whistling past the graveyard. You just said that Donald Trump is not yet targeting his political adversaries, Democrats. And not only is he sending troops to their states, but he's also saying the enemy was from within.
He can talk and blub his fucking lips all he wants. The courts have ruled he can only put them around the fucking federal buildings, and even then, there's I think it's called the Post Comitatus Act, which oh shit, can you hear me, Box Scott? My bad, my phone went out.
Yep,
But there's the Post Comitatus Act. I think that's how you say it, which literally says the military cannot do law enforcement, which means I can rob the fuck out of somebody right in front of one of them niggas, and they literally cannot do shit. That's the law. So, I mean, he can talk and blub his lips all he wants. I mean, every general in there did not clap. They didn't make no noise. They were dead silent. Okay? They were sending a message to that idiot. At least in my opinion,
They
from the
were
things that
sending a
I've heard.
message of silence.
Absolutely.
Marky Dan, you have lost it, bro. Like, you are literally whistling past the graveyard right now. Like, bro, no, they're not going to fight. They're going to do whatever they're told to do. The military.
Absolutely not.
Okay. All we could do is revisit this conversation, Marky Dan.
No, Boxer Scholar. Those men are trained to follow the law.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna follow a rogue fucking president off the cliff.
The Constitution.
Okay, when it comes to that, when we get to that constitutional crisis.
Yeah, they're trained to follow the Constitution, and the president is the commander in chief, and they're gonna listen to what he tells them to do. Like the same way they had a parade on Donald Trump's birthday, right? And they didn't really want to do it. There was a lot of hand wringing and complaining, but they still did what they were ordered to do by the commander in chief of the United States. Nothing's going to happen, bro.
I mean,
it's gonna do whatever he wants to.
That's not arresting Democratic lawmakers.
Oh, that's not gonna. That's they're not gonna start off arresting the
That's what I'm
Democratic
saying.
lawmakers.
Is they're laying the
So
groundwork to 2026, Boxer Scholar. Be
they're laying
patient.
the groundwork to see
Be
how far
patient.
they could go, and they ha- they haven't been checked
And
thus
they
far.
can't go nowhere except in front of a fucking federal building. They can only surround the federal. So imagine they're taking 450 National Guardsmen just to put them in front of a fucking courthouse.
Mark it down, bro. Mark it down.
What a waste
Is
of resources.
Mark it down. And even the National Guard being deployed on citizens. Where have we seen that before in recent history?
New York, the subway. It was pretty out of control recently.
Go a little further back. Go a little further back. I'm going specific with this one. Donald Trump think he's this person 2.0.
I don't know, nigga.
Reagan. Ronald
Reagan.
Reagan. Yeah, Reagan. Reagan used federal troops as well during the drug war.
Oh, of course.
And this is what I can't wrap my mind around, Marky Dan. So when I talk to black people, they always talk about, man, I made so much money. You better Google Reaganomics, and you just face palm and you'd be like, well, I don't have to Google Reaganomics because I know about the crack epidemic and how horrible it was to the black community. Black people value money. You know, this group of black people is the most insane group of black people of all time, Marky Dan. I might have to take this off the screen and show Fred Hampton, bro. Hopefully I could inspire, the black people to be what they were in the 60s and 70s where they were. I mean, you had the dude that set Fred Hampton up. You've always had people that were for sale, but for the most part, you had some solid people that wasn't for sale. We got to get back to that. That is crazy, Marky. I cannot believe that they're okay with anybody, constitutional rights being violated or any of that stuff for the price of money. They think like they literally went out there and voted for eggs. People said, man, in this economy, I can't vote for Kamala. Why? Eggs. Anybody who knows anything about, you don't even have to have a really great grasp on politics, but you know that the president can executive order the price of eggs to come down. But they really, really thought eggs was that eggs was the end all be all, and it showed. It showed.
Listen, this is. I mean, it's just fascism 101. You split the country and you try to take who you can. And if you can convince a man that there's another group of people that's taking advantage of you and getting off um, with all kinds of benefits that you don't get, you can basically fucking rob them and do whatever you want with them, Boxer Scholar. I mean, look at fucking. You look at today. I mean, Jesus Christ! Like, I
Market
don't
Dan,
even need
you
to
know
go that
what?
far back.
You know why I don't have any hope? They voted for this guy.
I did have something I would show you. Wait a minute. I don't know if you've seen this. I used it once. Oh, I have it. I do have it. Look at this. Look at
They
this.
voted for us
So,
like this.
this is Tic Tacs, right? I don't know if I like the company. I've never met. I have no idea. They're so lucky. Look at all the television. This is the greatest commercial they ever had.
I remember when I was a kid. My mother.
But that's what happened. This is inflation.
Bush was just a.
The man used Tic Tacs to describe inflation.
Yeah, like I don't even have nowhere. I remember Bush was like a dumbass, but he wasn't this level of dumbass. Like he was pretty clean cut.
So
He had
what I'm finna
decorum.
do, Marky Dan, Pittsburgh T asked for the link. He finna pull up here. He gonna try to cook you. So I'm gonna drop the link and open up the conversation, Marky Dan. I didn't get to the Saudi stuff because I had a lot of hiccups in the form of Marky Dan and YNs. So what I'm gonna do is I might have to try to do this presentation all over. I worked really hard on my presentation, but I had to argue about Dana White, Dana
Man,
White,
Pittsburgh T ain't
UFC.
cooking nothing.
Marky Dan, if you get cooked, brother, I might have to take your ranch for at least a month. So I'm gonna also drop it. I'm gonna drop the link on my community wall for anybody else who wants to join as well. So give me a second. Let me drop it on the community wall, Marky Dan.
Okay.
If you
Boxing
get
scholar?
cooked on your own show, if you get cooked on your own show, Marky Dan, bro, flag on the play.
And boxing scholar, shut your behind up.
Hold on, Marky Dan. Let me take this off the screen, cause I don't want you hiding. I want you hiding the whites of them eyes if
I
Pittsburgh
don't
too
hide
picky.
from nothing, you punk.
What's up,
Bro,
fellas,
hey,
man?
now,
Hey,
hold on. You see what he trying to do, Pittsburgh T? He trying to direct
what you
his anger
trying
to
to do?
me so he ain't got to
Come on
deal
now,
with
let's
you.
say
Hey, man, y'all had some stuff, but some of that stuff y'all said that's inaccurate. Let's just deal with some of the stuff. This ain't got nothing to do with politics. Like the military itself, the generals don't serve at the pleasure of the president. That's simply not. That's not how that works. So this whole idea that the president is just going to direct the generals to do this, that, and the third to do an insurrection, that's just crazy. I don't even know where that kind of stuff comes up from. I don't know where that started. That's just those guys are 20 plus year people in the military. Those ain't no new people. And on top of that, the military has always had a height and weight standard that the generals themselves never adhere to, but every other enlisted or officer below a certain level, they always adhere to. But if you ever notice the generals that go to the Capitol Hill, that they do the testimonies, they're always sitting down and they always got a jacket on. Why? Because they're not in shape like that. But those are the same policies that they enforce. Now you could debate, should the generals have to be in shape? I mean, that's debatable, but every other person has to be. So that's always been going on. That's just simply a fact. So that's if you would ask the enlisted people, they would tell you that that's just not right. That's something that they have to do on an annual basis. They have to take a personal fitness test. They have to do so many push-ups and sit-ups or whatever else to even stay in the military, with certain exemptions. So that's one thing. As far as like the business part of it, the blocking of mergers and things like that, that's been going on forever. I mean, Biden had a few of them. I can point out very few, very famous ones that were blocked. That's been going on forever. Now, where people sit on the fence of that and say it's political, not political, I don't know. You can draw the conclusion of that. You had NVIDIA trying to merge with ARM, that was blocked. Amazon blocked trying to merge with iRobot, that was blocked. Kroger merging with Albertson, that was blocked. United Steel trying to merge with another company, that was blocked. It just goes, the list goes on and on of mergers that were always blocked. And he wrote a couple executive orders that were questionable about creating an environment for blocking and the way they decided to go after that. So that's why you hear a lot of people talking about that stuff. They say that the environment under Trump with mergers is a better environment. So you'll notice, I don't know if you got, well, people who know that there's something called an IPO, when companies go from public to private to public, I'm sorry. You'll notice under Trump, under this administration, it's more companies going from private markets to public market where you can actually buy stock. Now, that has something to do with the administration and the policies and businesses and all other stuff. That's a whole different issue. But I would say the environment is a little bit different. Lastly, I'll say like the idea that some of the stuff you just have to separate it out. The military stuff is no different than the stuff with the FBI under Comey. Because remember when Trump initially got in, he got rid of the guy. Can't think of the guy name. He looked like a villain. He ended up firing that guy, and then Comey was in. Like he had always had something going on with the FBI, and it was always questionable whether the person that was in charge of the FBI was going to do their job in the FBI. But these are all career like people in the government, so they're not really faithful to the actual president. Because remember, the FBI person is the person who brought the charges to start the investigation, to actually get them out of there, which they weren't successful to do. But the charges were brought by that person, because those people are like serious people and they're seriously dedicated to the government.
no, absolutely, Pittsburgh T. I think we agreed
You wasn't
on the
even
military
listening, bro.
point.
Oh my God. You
What
wasn't
the
even
hell?
listening, bro. There's no way you were listening to Pittsburgh T, because you spent this entire time disagreeing with everything he said, only to wait for him to finish to say,
That's
I
cap.
agree.
That's cap. You and
Okay,
him
well tell me
disagree on
something
the
Pittsburgh T
military.
said.
You and him disagree on the military point. You think it's a crisis right now. I disagreed. I think that these men are career military people and are going to serve the Constitution. Now, where me
Yeah, they
and
said.
Pittsburgh disagree, I don't think this is a better environment necessarily for mergers. And Biden, say what you will, the FCC might have blocked some of those mergers. If we looked into those specific cases, you might find some investigations of conflict of interest or whatever the case may be. But Biden wasn't suing those people for $10 billion fucking dollars. That wasn't happening. On top of leveraging against them the mergers. So I just reject that premise. But I think me and him agree on the military point. I don't think we're there yet.
Well, that's a different issue. No, Biden did personally sue companies, but like the FTC, remember the mergers are blocked by the FTC and the DOJ. Usually, those are the two groups that usually investigate. So the reasons why they investigate, you can dispute why they investigated, but some of the biggest mergers were blocked, and it just didn't make any sense. Like why did like the Amazon not being able to acquire iRobot and them saying it's going to be a monopoly is crazy. That's just crazy work. I just didn't get that. So some of the stuff they did, which I don't even think it's not even attributed to just Biden. That's every administration has questionable stuff when it comes to these mergers. They're always blocking stuff. They're always doing weird stuff. I give you an example. Very famously, Apple had this long-standing lawsuit with Samsung. Samsung was suing Apple for their technology.
Yeah.
Well, it went to the Supreme Court. Apple lost. Apple's an American company. You can look it up. Obama came in and overruled to get an executive order to override that, what happened, and then Apple ended up walking away from that. So it's always going to be questionable stuff when it comes to businesses. It's always going to be the politics of it because business is what runs the country, because the country is a business and all of that tax revenue, they have to support it. So you're always going to have questionable stuff with that. Now, how bad it is, that's up to the individual to make that decision.
What they like to say, Pittsburgh T, capital is king.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
So
saying.
Marky Dan,
Like as far as
listen,
go ahead.
I gave Marky Dan the opportunity, Pittsburgh T, to debate you, and clearly he's scared. So Pittsburgh T, yes.
I ain't
Every
scared, nigga.
administration,
You just
every
a weird
administration has
guy. If you want to smoke
every
to debate me,
administration.
nigga, let's go debate. Don't
Bro,
put
why would I
Pittsburgh T in
debate
the
you? And
way.
we agree on a lot of different things. So don't just pick a topic to argue. That's the tradable YN. Actually have something that you believe in that you have pushback for, Mr. Revolutionary.
I disagree with this man on the mergers.
So let's find some substance instead of just saying I disagree. That's like I object in the courtroom. What do you object to?
And I combated it with my points, nigga. What
So
more do you want from me?
anyway, Pittsburgh T, every administration does block mergers, and we already know that the government is corrupt, right? That's why they voted for Donald Trump, because he was going to quote unquote drain the swamp. So why would the guy who was voted to drain the swamp be the most swampiest motherfucker of all time? And even him going to go get Elon Musk, like he got Elon Musk, praised Elon Musk so much because his ability to fire everybody at X and still keep it functioning. And then he got him to create a non-constitutional agency, whatever you want to call it, entity that's non-constitutional, which is Doge, right? To go fire American employees, right? Fire them. And then they split up because the Epstein list that obviously Elon Musk exposed to everybody, and also because the big beautiful bill where they were going to spend a lot of money, which defeats the purpose of Doge.
Yeah, but I mean that's like, look, as far as executives working for administration, that's not new either. Like JFK famously had car CEOs working for him. Like, so that's not like this. That's not a new phenomenon. What's new is that he's suing individual companies. That's new. That's never happened before. What's not new is having execs working in administrations, being advisors. That's not new. Locking mergers. That's not new. Having people set on boards that are friendly with administrations. That's not new. I can point to plenty of them that have done that stuff multiple times. That's not new. What's also not new is for companies to make their policies based off of what they feel like the administration would like. We saw Zuckerberg go up to Congress and admit that somebody from the Biden White House was telling them, hey, look, if you want to make acquisitions and you want to make mergers, we're going to block them all until you agree to change your policies when it comes to the bid. That's been admitted to. That's been documented, well documented. So like, that's not those aren't new things. And I'm just pointing out because it's the most recent thing. I can go back further in history and we can point out other companies where the doggone presidential administration has told them to do certain things and they've done it. Why are they going to do it? Because it's hard to do business if you're going to go against the administration, especially if you like to do acquisitions, if you like to do mergers, if you like to, there's a lot of things you like to do that the administration can make your life very difficult depending on how you get your money. So it's not really that new.
So I think I said that, Pittsburgh T. The idea that Trump campaigned on was drain the swamp. And the idea behind drain the swamp is we're going to do something different than other politicians have done in the past. And what they've done is said, hold my beer. And they've been worse than any other administration as far as getting rid of people, firing people. He thinks his celebrity apprentice. He fires anybody who's not loyal to him. FBI director that has 13 years that that you know what I mean, that's suing fucking Kash Patel right now at this moment. Like, you have stuff like that. You have Dana White going into position. You got Vince McMahon's wife going into positions. You got TV personalities getting positions that they're not qualified for. You haven't seen this in any other administration. He's replacing them with loyalists. That's literally what a dictator did. And when I told everybody that this would happen, I told them Project 2025 was going to happen, and I told them Donald Trump is going to replace the administration with loyalists because he showed us a history of that. Everybody said I was a boxing propagandist, and that wasn't true. And Donald Trump is doing exactly the things that I said. Not only that, comparing him to other administrations in his corruption, no other administration has anything on the level of a Doge. And then there was a security breach with Doge where they have our social security numbers now because they put it in a cloud. They stored our information in the cloud.
No, yeah, Doge is literally what Congress is for. Like that, like Doge is literally what Congress is for.
But none of that is new. Like, okay, let's take it one by one. Doge, the agency that created this agency to fire people, right? Or to go and see if people should be fired. That part of it is new. Has it ever been a mass firing of people? Yes, they did that under Bill Clinton. Now, you can argue the amount of time that they did it was faster than under Trump, but they actually fired like 300 and some thousand people under Bill Clinton. That happened before. That was a real thing. Like, that's not new. So that's not like, I'm saying these things are not like they never happened. And as far as the people being loyalists that the president hires, all presidents want loyalists. That's what they're going to hire. They're not going to hire somebody who's going to be in conflict of them. We're just changing the terminology of what these people do. They all do the same thing. Like, they're not going to hire anybody that will be in direct opposite of their administration. They're not going to do it. They're just going to go and get rid of that person and find a reason to make them quit, make them resign, or they're going to get somebody else. That's the way that all of that stuff works. It's always been working like that. Did Donald Trump lie about draining Trump? Absolutely. Is he different than any other politician that lies to us? Absolutely not. So I think that's where we go different, because I never believe any politician to 100%. I think that's crazy to believe a politician, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is a politician at this point. He's not some like just random person. He's already went through one presidency. This is the second one. So he's a politician. He's not some exclusive right person outside of a politician.
Well, Nixon had to resign.
Clinton, but hold on, just quickly, Clinton was not firing air traffic controllers and fucking nuclear scientists and National Weather Service people around the fucking country. I just want to make that point. Or public health workers. Or Ebola scientists.
Look it up. He did. Now you can say the amount that he fired. Like, you could go through each agency and maybe he had plus or minus more people. He did.
Okay. All right. Fine. Fair point, Pittsburgh. But Trump made whole entire cuts to those departments. Now you made the fair point that it was not as much.
Margaret Dan, take a break. Take a break, Margaret Dan. Take a break. Get your thoughts together.
Nigga,
take a break. Get your thoughts together.
I'm dealing with two
take
kids,
a break.
Nigga. Give me a second. Let me get my point. Man, go ahead. Fine.
Okay. So, couple things. The Clinton administration did that over the course of his entire 2 terms. So that's 8 years versus Donald Trump, first 6 months in office. And Clinton wasn't going through economic hardship. And Donald Trump claimed that he inherited from Joe Biden, but he also said that we were on hard economic times. And what's the solution? Let's lay a bunch of people off and add to the unemployment. And this is so crazy to me because when you ask people what is a strong economy, they always point to inflation and job growth, right? He claims that inflation is high because he inherited it from Joe Biden. And what does he do? He stifles job growth. That is the perfect thing for the economy. These tariffs, we're gonna do this. Oh, we're gonna do all
The
these
tariffs are
things.
the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And the fact that
Stupidest shit in the world.
Republicans are asking, are begging, or excuse me, we're advocating for taxes is just hilarious to me.
But I was gonna say
Don't do
also.
that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but tariffs is a different thing, though. 'Cause, like, look, even the tariff thing, I'll give you an example. Let me say this about the tariffs. Tariffs may completely misconstrued on both sides. If you look at tariffs, all these economists had all these predictions about tariffs, and they were all fucking wrong. Like, every single last one of them, right? And you couldn't tell people going into it.
Pittsburgh team.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, look, these people were predicting as soon as the tariffs were going to be put in, everything was going to escalate by 50 and 75% of the things that we were going to pay, right? We haven't seen that. We've seen slight increases of 5 and 6% on most line items. And how do we know that? From the CPI number. So that's simply not true. Now you could say if it keeps going, maybe it happens, who knows? But at this point, even with the ISM numbers, which gives you a forward thinking of what the manufacturers are ordering, those numbers haven't really declined. So the things that the economists have came up with, which is the things that people are going up, those are completely wrong. They're not right. Now, what goes forward and what happens, I don't know. But the things that they predicted, they just simply didn't happen. And we're not feeling the pain that they thought that we were going to feel. It's just not happening.
Those soybean farmers are feeling the pain from these tariffs.
No, they're not.
I'm feeling the pain. I was just texting Boxer Scholar the other day. My favorite pork chop and rice spot, I got they increased prices from inflation.
How much, Marky Dan? What's the percentage? Okay, out of what? $2 out of what, Marky Dan?
It was $16.75 before. Literally.
So you're talking less than 10%. See what I mean? Like, it's not a lot. Like, yeah, have things going up, yes. And what I'm saying is, like, the world is over. Thing that they were predicting, like, oh, we put these tariffs on, we're just gonna pass it on to the consumer. That's simply not true. That's a lie. It's not true. Now, things going up? Yes. So that part of it's true. Now, when you start going, like, if you look at the CPI report, which comes out every month, giving you a line item, from oil to gas to food items to rents to everything, you can see things going up, but they're not going up at the same rate. I'll give you an example. Like, if you look at, like, copper went up 50% of the tariffs. Like, you start looking at electronics didn't go up 50%. So what happened to the 50% tariff? The companies are eating them at some point. And I hate people hate to admit to it, but that's what's happening.
Pittsburgh tea?
They've been eating for the last 8 months, bro. They've been eating them.
They're gonna eat them for the next year or two?
You got to think.
When their profit margins start shrinking up?
They've already shrunk. That's what I'm saying. Like, the thing that people don't want to say is that these corporations are too greedy. They're making too much money. So now with the tariffs, they're digging into their pockets. They're digging into their pockets and not passing them on.
What about the businesses that are not big ass $1 billion corporations? Like, what about the mom and pops? They got to bring up their prices, and their profit margins are going to shrink. They're going to have to pick between rising prices or cutting labor, right?
But have they though, Marky Dan? That's what I'm saying. You're always going to have exceptions before
have you seen the labor numbers on Pittsburgh Tea?
Yeah, but that's different. Now we're arguing a different point. Now you're talking about a different point. The labor report is different than this. So now you're talking about something different. Like, if you're talking about, like, companies having to take these tariffs in and they got to raise their prices, there's always exceptions to that. But across the board, medium, small, and big businesses, we just don't see that. Like, are there exceptions to that? Yeah. But it's just not happening right now. Maybe it happens in the future. I don't know. Who knows what happens in the future? I'm just saying we got to pump the brakes and don't listen to these people they just don't know what the fuck they talking about is what I'm saying. And none of us really do. So we're going off of these people's predictions like they're absolutely true, and they're just not that.
I hear what you're saying, Pittsburgh T. I just don't think I just don't think that this is going to be profitable, and just by the math of it, by putting it, I don't think in any way, shape, form, or fashion it's going to be helpful to the economy by putting a 10% tax on everything that's coming in, on all materials coming in that you need for your business. I just don't think that's going to be profitable. And at some
Why
point,
not?
the cap
Why not?
because
Mark Dan.
let's say
It becomes a tax for the people,
let's
right?
say I'm in the burger
No, it's
business.
not.
Let's
It's not. That's
let's
what I'm
say
saying. That's
The
what
consumer
they've been
doesn't
saying.
charge.
ho-
So if the
hold on, hold
consumer's
on,
gonna,
hold on, hold on, hold on. No,
so
because it's
so
really
if the
simple.
person that has a tariff, Pittsburgh T, is gonna pay it, he has to recoup his money. That's business 101. Who's gonna pay it?
Exactly. If I'm in the
But that's
burger
what. Listen.
business,
But that's the if.
if
Wait,
I'm in
we've
the
been running
burger
with this
business
if.
and
Go
I
ahead, Mark
need
Dan.
what you say?
No, go ahead. Finish your point. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, if I'm in the burger business, okay, and I need to get burger parts and burger materials, let's say that shit cost me about $8, and then for the labor, I need to pay $1. Okay, so that means total, I gotta pay $9 in order to put this product out there. So in order to make a profit of at least $1, I'd have to sell it for I have to sell the burger for $10. Okay, if I put a 10% tariff on burger meat, it's gonna add at least 40 cents to it. So now I'm gonna have to choose. So now I'm gonna have to choose between: do I raise the price of burgers by 40 cents, or do I cut back on labor by 40 cents? Whether it be hours or I just fire people. Tariffs are not profitable, and this is at some point. This is gonna the camel's back is gonna break at some point. I just don't believe in this strategy at all. It's not gonna
Yeah,
be
but
good for the economy.
that's the if we've been waiting for forever. Number one, and number two, you have to look at how much revenue that the tariffs are generating for this country, right? The
Where's the
tariffs are
revenue coming
generating.
from?
It's $30 billion a month that these tariffs are generating. It's so much so that they've already created a whole nother department to count and collect those tariffs. And that was part of the Supreme Court ruling why they let it continue, because it's generating so much money. Now, as far as the individual companies that it affect, like I said, if you look at the industries that it affect, they have not passed that on to the consumer. We can always say it might happen, it should happen, and we have these analogies. We just simply haven't seen it. This is all just like something that's all
It
new.
got passed on to me
People,
the other day. God damn it, Pittsburgh T. It got passed on to me
like,
hard by
like in
$2.
what way? Come on, man, Marky Dan, out of 16, bro.
I
Like,
like
do
I
the
like
math
to I
on the
like
other
to
city
use the
percentages,
extra.
bro.
I like to use the extra money to buy 2 sodas. I only could buy one because
No,
of that. I'm
but Marky
suffering.
Dan. Okay, but look, this is the thing about tariffs. Two things with tariffs we got to realize. The whole point of tariffs is it should be essentially to bring back American jobs. Now you can debate if that's happening, if that has an effect on it, and to generate revenue. Those are two things that are supposed to happen off the tariffs, right? And those are debatable if you believe that this strategy does any of those two things. That's always been the case that's been made for that. The case that's been made on the other side is that, hey, if we put tariffs on, we just gonna pay for that, and we just simply haven't seen it. So, like, I get what you're saying in theory, but in the real, what we've been all of these months, we just have not seen that yet. Now, if it happens, cool. I mean, you have an argument, but it ain't there yet. There's nothing we can point to say that it just went up so much, but based on tariffs that people use on it every day. And as far as the
But that's why I brought up the labor number. But
jobs
that's why
being
I brought up the
deleted,
labor numbers. Pittsburgh
yeah,
T. I think that's an
but the labor
indicator.
numbers are different. No, the labor numbers are different.
No.
So the
But
labor numbers.
in my example, remember in my example, it's true. You can't control what the market says. You have to pay for those materials. What you can control is how much you put the product out for once it gets to you, or you can control how much you pay for labor. There are less
You
jobs
can't.
there are less jobs
Yeah,
in the
but you
economy right
can't.
now. That's for a
No,
reason.
Mark it down. You can, like, no matter how much you want to, like, every company wants at every point they want to cut back labor. Every job. That's always every corporation always wants to cut back labor. They can only cut it back so far. At some point, if you have a trucking business, you got to have somebody driving the motherfucker. No matter at no point you can only cut it back so far. So now what you're seeing is you're adding in labor into artificial intelligence, where they're making things more efficient, where you're getting self-checkouts, where you're not getting certain things happening. You don't have people answering phones no more. You don't have people routing phone calls no more. You don't have secretaries no more. You don't have people doing spreadsheets no more, data entry no more. Like there's a lot of jobs that got lost simply just by attrition and are going to continue to happen. Now, how much of that has to do with Trump? How much of that has to do with AI? I have no idea. But I know that's a large part of that too. Like you can't just dismiss that we're going through this AI like infusion of all these things
I don't
that
disagree with that.
usually
I
you
don't
could pay.
disagree.
So we
I'm
don't
just
know
saying.
how much. I don't know how much that impacts the job market like right now and how much of it there's a part of it that does. So I can't say that it's all because of that or none because of that, but there's a part of that that has to do with it. So who knows? But I know it's not 100%. Like I think there would have been job loss no matter what, right? What there wouldn't have been is job loss in the government. That we can agree with. The governmental jobs, those would have lasted forever because we know people that go to work at government jobs and they do absolutely nothing. And they have a job and they just stand there. Just like the people on the highway where it's 5 people there and one guy's actually working and they're all just standing around. Like that happens. So like they spent that part of it up. Like that happened no matter what. It's gonna happen no matter what. So the job market right now, that's why I say it's kind of funny because of the AI stuff. Companies can only cut what they can get away with, and they can get away with cutting more because they have artificial intelligence that does more for you. And for people who haven't used the AI, I mean, it's hard to explain to people what it is if you've never used it. If you never tried to use AI and never dump some stuff in there that you would have had a whole team do, and you can do it in minutes without even thinking about it, like you just eliminated so many jobs. It's not even funny. I mean, it's crazy how many jobs they get. You can just literally have a whole team by paying for AI, like the $200 model a month, and you can make movies. You can do all kinds of stuff off this stuff, and you don't even have to type it. You can simply talk to it, and it does all these things. So that's an elimination of jobs off top. How many? I have no idea.
Well, isn't that the idea of America First, Pittsburgh T? The idea that we wanted to deport all these people from ISIS because they was coming over taking our good American jobs. So we're gonna deport the ICE people because they're taking our good American black jobs, as Donald Trump said, so that we could have them replaced by robots. Like it doesn't make any sense. If it's America First, let it be America First. I just seen Ben Shapiro, right? Ben Shapiro's weakness is his Jewish faith. Right. This is the most funniest thing in the world. Ben Shapiro has made a mass appeal to all right people. Right. Started the Daily. Yes. Started what I believe it's a Daily Wire, the Daily Beast, or one of those right wing propagandist programs where Candace Owens used to work for, the Daily Wire. And he's Jewish. He wears his yarmulke. He doesn't even hide it. He wears his yarmulke while he's talking about good, pure-hearted Americans. And the whole time I facepalm because I'm like, wait a minute. I thought the right was talking about the Jewish people controlling everything, and they did not like Jews. You can't make this up. You can't make it up. But he has recently been in hot water, which is why he's now going on CNN and other places because of his Palestine stance. It's wrong. And people are starting to see that he's shielding for Israel no matter what they do. So people are starting to jump off the Ben Shapiro bandwagon.
Is he pro-Israel? He's pro-Israel, Ben Shapiro?
Yes. And Ben Israel, not Ben, we could call him Ben Israel. No, not Ben Israel. Shapiro, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro. Let me, God dang, the why. He about to tell he about to dox himself. So anyway, so Ben Shapiro recently appeared on CNN, and him and that other dude, Scott something, I can't remember his name, but that woman on TV is probably like the most beautiful woman on TV, maybe in history. I can't. The one that Cam was on the show with, where he was talking about clapping cheeks when they asked him about the Diddy stuff. That woman is beautiful. My wife was even saying how beautiful that woman is, right? But the guy, I think it's Scott Jennings. I think. Don't directly quote me, but it's the Scott dude.
White guy on CNN. Yeah, that's Jennings. I think it's the white guy on CNN.
I cannot stand that guy. Oh my God, that guy is so annoying. I see one time he was debating with a black guy. The black guy was like, "No, we're brothers," and he put his hands on him. He was like, "Get your hands off me!" Dead serious and everything. That guy is he's the real DEI on the show. You know, you could tell the host doesn't like him. Abby is her name. Abby doesn't like him. She just has to deal with him because that's who CNN put into place through DEI. He's the real DEI on the show. So anyway, Ben Shapiro was on there, and Anna Kasparian from TYT, and she brought up the fact that we keep giving money to foreign countries and foreign policy to we keep just giving away free money. And Ben Shapiro was like, well, that's not anything compared to Social Security. And they're like, wait a minute, what? You want to cut Social Security? And he was like, yes, if we don't have to worry about Doge and all these other programs if we continue down this path of Social Security. And basically the people were mooching off of Social Security. It's like, wait a minute, they pay into Social Security their entire life. Why wouldn't they get it when they're supposed to? That makes absolutely no sense. And then when Anna brought up foreign policy and how we keep giving to other places, he said, well, look, foreign policy is not even a fraction of Social Security. Let's focus on that. Wait a minute. I thought it was America first. I thought we were supposed to take care. Who's more vulnerable than the elderly and kids? Who's more vulnerable in a society? And they pay into Social Security their entire life, and you think they should be robbed of it whenever they retire? You can't make this up.
Not only
It's
that,
not even
Boxer
close.
Scholar.
It's not even close. The parties aren't even close at this point.
Not only that, Boxer Scholar. We were talking about you. You told me the other day that a kid like you basically relied on school lunch. When SNAP goes away, because they're cutting $300 billion from it, in with this big beautiful monstrosity, that's over with. 2 million kids are gonna lose, or well, excuse me, over 20 million kids are gonna lose their free school lunch and free breakfast benefits. That's over with. It's over with. It's over with.
Yeah, but
Now
that's
these farmers, now these farmers down in Arkansas and Nebraska, they want a bailout. The bootstrap boys. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'll pray for you. I'll keep them in my prayers, Boxer Scholar. The
But that's
bootstrap
two different.
boys.
Yeah, but that's two different things. Like the SNAP thing that they're trying to do, that's not necessarily a cut. Like what Trump and them are trying to do, they're taking the money and making states pay individually into those programs. That's what they're trying to do.
But
They're
T,
trying
who
to make the
funds the
states kick
states?
in.
But so they're
no,
T,
taking
who
away federal
funds the
funding, right?
states?
So they're
No,
taking
but
away
wait.
federal funding, right?
No, hold on. Let me say this now. It's
Okay.
And the way that they're doing it, if you look at the math that they're doing it, it's some funny math, right? And that's debatable how they're doing it. So, like as far as an actual cut, where they're saying, "Hey, you're not getting any funding," that's different. Now we're talking about who's funding it and where the funds are coming from. That's a whole different thing as far as eliminating. And remember, most of this stuff that they're trying to do, a lot of these politicians never going to go for this stuff. Like the whole Social Security thing that Scott Jennings and the people that get on TV keep saying, I don't think that'll ever happen because Republican or Democrat, that's just simply not a program that they're willing to touch and try to stay in office because these people want to stay in office. So I don't think even the people who are hardcore trying to touch the Social Security, they just never will because they won't get reelected.
The modern
the game
Republican Party started out by opposing the
FDR's.
FDR's.
I get it, but it's a talking point. But it's never happened. Okay, so when's the vote? When's the last?
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
but okay, let me ask you a question. Let's think about this. When is the last time we have seen any party in the last 20 years trying to make a cut to Social Security where it's actually been a vote on it? Like, let's really think about it. Forget the crap they talk on TV, because that's the talking point that they've been using for the last 30 years. When is the last time we've actually seen them try to cut Social Security? Like, it just don't happen.
I can't recall.
No, they definitely made modifications to it.
They don't cut it, though, Scholar. They don't cut it and get rid of it and kick people off of it. They don't do that. At best, you see them try to extend the age, if that's anything they do. And even that, they got to fight tooth and nail to do it. So I think that's more so just a talking point. And I'm not agreeing with that crap either.
You realize the government just shut down today because they wanted to make cuts to Social Security, right?
That's not true, Scholar. That's not
Yeah,
all that's
absolutely.
going on today.
Marky, did I make that up?
Point. No, that's a talking point by Democrats. So that's what the Democrats are saying. It's a talking point.
I'm going through a bad spot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No,
that's a talking point, bro.
No.
Last year it shut down too. Why did it shut down last year? Every year the government shut down. Every year at this time the government shut down. So why did they shut down last year? Yeah, it does every year. They
They
come
did
up into
not
this
shut
and they
down
making
last
a.
year.
They did a stopgap bill right before. Every year they have to do either a stopgap bill or they got to shut down. They did a stop. They
Oh,
did
so it did
several
stopgap
stopgap
bill
bills.
before. Now I didn't shut down. Okay, all right.
Yes, they did. They did
But
several of them before it not to shut down.
but
They went out. Their stopgap
but
bills that
Sca-
they
Well,
did months
well,
out.
here's the difference, T. Here's the
but
difference.
Scholar,
The government, hold on, hold on, hold on,
this
hold on, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say
uh,
this, Marita. It shuts down. It shuts down because that's the government is functioning how it's supposed to. They're supposed to advocate on the behalf of the people that voted them in. So they shut down. But Doge came in and tried to do the job of the government. So technically, there should be no shutdowns. If they came in and did what they were supposed to do as far as Social Security fraud and all the other stuff, why are we shutting down? And secondly, the big beautiful bill, there are literal drastic cuts to Social Security in the bill. Like you
Like
said, no other
what?
president cuts it. There's actual cuts in it. I'll pull them up. Give me a second.
yeah. Not only that, what the impasse, or at least from the Democrat side, is about is the ACA tax credits. They want them to get renewed because they expire at the end of this year, and then people's fucking insurance premiums are gonna skyrocket. At least in their
But
words.
they know that.
That's why they're holding
But
up
look,
this fight about
look,
it, as well as they want some of the cuts in the big beautiful bill to Medicare and Medicaid to get rescissioned.
but they were
So
supposed to do
they're
that when they
holding up
did the
until they
tax
get a deal on
policy.
that.
Mark it down. They were supposed to do that when they did the tax policy, right? That's a separate thing. And they were supposed to do that when they did the Obamacare. I think it was stupid the way they did the Obamacare because all they did basically is make the insurance companies have a bunch of new customers and say, hey, because the insurance companies got new customers, they're going to lower everybody's prices. Trust me, because they got new customers. This is the nonsense that they fed us, which I think was the most idiotic shit ever. And what they did is they started off hot. In the first year, they gave more money towards individuals who were signing up. The government paid the majority of your premiums. And every year after that, they start paying less and less and less. So it's down to the individual where the government really isn't kicking in that much. And now the Trump administration doesn't even want to pay the less. But I just think the whole way that they set that up was stupid from the beginning because you're forcing people to get private insurance and you're telling them that the insurance company is going to do right by them because they have all these new customers. I thought that whole thing was fucking idiotic and stupid. Because if you're forcing somebody to get insurance, you should be ensuring that they're not stuck in some private thing that they have no control over and the government really isn't monitoring. And that's where people are right now. And that's gonna, even if they get this done, or they get people to let's say they get what they want, with a little bit that the government's kicking in and get that. You're still forcing people to get insurance, and it's gonna go up again next year. Name a year the insurance don't fucking go up. I think the whole thing is fucking stupid. I don't think they should be forcing people to get insurance if they don't have a government alternative, which was what they first came up with. Remember, it was supposed to be a government plan. It was supposed to be something by the government that was supposed to be a lot affordable, a
I
lot
mean,
cheaper for people who couldn't
you know
afford
what
it.
fixed this,
And
but
they
you know
got
what
away
fixed this
from it.
problem, Pittsburgh T? You know what fixed this problem?
What's
Universal
that?
health care. Universal
They
fucking
didn't want
health
that,
care. Fuck
but they
all
didn't
these
fight for
fuck
that.
yeah, but
They didn't
no,
fight
no,
for it.
they ain't that they will want that. It was too extreme. And people kept
No,
saying,
it's
oh,
not.
well, you're not gonna get the they're not gonna let you have private insurance, which is not true.
They didn't fight for it. Marky Dan, we saying the same thing. They didn't fight for it. They came up with this bullshit, and that's what we're stuck with. We're both saying the same thing. I don't disagree with you. I think this is nonsense, and it's gonna go up again next year. So what happens next year when the fucking insurance goes up again, and the following year when it goes up again? Like they're not really fixing this shit. I think it's ridiculous in
I
the
agree.
country of
This is
America.
probably just
It's
kicking a
fucking
can down the
nonsense.
road, but yeah, they're probably just kicking a can down the road for
They're
when
gonna
they
fix
need
it.
to
I mean,
extend it again. But
yeah, they're gonna extend it.
still,
I'll be surprised if they don't because it like look anything dealing with health insurance and Social Security. I think all these politicians. I don't give a fuck what they say. There's certain things that they know that they can't do to American people and still get reelected. And that's really what this shit is about. Is these people getting reelected. They don't really care about. They don't care about us because they're all fucking millionaires. There ain't no senator that's in the Congress right now that's not a millionaire. They're all fucking millionaires. They're not regular people. They live real fucking good, and they don't want that shit to stop. So they don't really care about us like that. But I think this healthcare shit is straight bullshit. Just don't understand this stuff. Yeah, I remember telling people that, and they were looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, all right, you gonna see Because you can see it. You can see the handwriting on the wall.
Nah, bro. Like I don't get like the difference in even just paying for drugs in this country versus over there in the EU is it's staggering. And then
Mexico
I
too.
mean, like the negotiations have just. I keep trying to read and get updates on the negotiations for between Medicare expansion and the drug companies out there, but there's just no fucking movement. Like they keep saying they're
You're
gonna
not
go
gonna get no
negotiate,
expansion.
and then Trump does an executive order saying that our drug prices can't be higher than the lowest next country, and then it's just bullshit. Like nothing happens. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
who's not?
I
But think about
I
it,
think
Market
it's
Dan.
I
You could
think we're
go.
doomed.
You can take your prescriptions right now. You can go to Canada or you can go to Mexico. Most famously Mexico, because you don't need a prescription. You could go literally fly into Mexico, Tijuana, or on the bottom end you fly in. You could drive into Tijuana. You can fly into Cabo, Tulum, Cancun, and anywhere in Mexico you walk in there. They have pharmacies on any corner. You can buy any prescription cheaper without a prescription, like sealed up pharmaceutical grade stuff. Then you can go from going to your doctor and getting a prescription and your insurance paying for it. Like it's something wrong with that, bro. Like it's something really wrong with that. That should not be what it is. A lot of times I go to Mexico, people go there to get prescriptions. They go there to get dental procedures done. They go there to get
No, but I hear
TRT
Mexico
done,
City is
ACH
actually
done. Like
elective
it's
surgery.
just they get a lot of stuff done there. But what I'm saying is, why are like that's been like that. Same thing in Canada. Why is it like that? And why we accept this crap, bro? It just don't make sense. And we pay insurance premiums. Either your employer's paying it or you're paying insurance premiums to have the insurance, not to pay like an arm and a leg. And then you feel like you're getting something, but you're still getting screwed over. Like it just don't make no sense, man. It's just craziness.
I mean, I think it's because we focus on the lady boys too much. One side gets pissed about tampons in boys' bathrooms, and the other side gets pissed that you don't let boys and girls' bathrooms, and then the healthcare stuff kind of just slides to the back, and here we are.
I mean, Ladyboy stuff came up because of the military. A lot of these cats was going in the military, and then they would have the surgery, and then they would say that they had a mental disorder and they get out with disability. That was the game that they was playing. Because remember, it was don't ask, don't tell for a long time in the military. Meaning that if you came out, they kick you out. Then they got rid of that policy. So a lot of them dudes was going in there, and then they became a woman, and then they had mental disorder, and then they get kicked out on mental disorder, and they get a check forever. And the military was stuck footing that bill. So that was a real thing that they were doing for a long time. Now, was it what percentage of it was happening? I have no fucking idea. And on top of that, like anybody's in the military, you don't want to be. I don't care what nobody says. And I know it's not politically correct, but don't no dude want to be bunkered up with no dude like that when you are like out there in the woods and you got to sleep in the tent, the foxhole, and all of that. Nobody really wants to do that, and nobody's going to really say it. But that's not the thing that you want to do. I know people don't want to hear it, but that ain't what people in the military are doing. And then I think some of this stuff is just crazy that you can't even be realistic.
But you don't think that trans person should be able to serve and do their duty to their country same as any other American?
Mark it down. That's what I'm saying. Let's say you got a platoon of 60 people, right? And let's say one or two of them are trans, right? Do you really think that the other 58 are want to go in the woods with that guy and sleep with that guy, foxhole with that guy? I don't care what these people are saying. Like, go talk to the people in the military that are going out and you see what they say. Like, realistic, not what should be politically correct. Like, I think some of this stuff, we just got to be realistic. And people who don't do it, they have no idea what it's like to be out there a month at a time or months at a time or years at a time.
I feel like 15 years ago, we could have probably said the same thing. Like, well, imagine if we got a platoon of 60 Marine riflemen and two of them are gay. Do you really think that those other 58
They
dudes
still don't want to
want to
do
be
it,
in a
Scott.
foxhole with those guys? But
They still don't want to
that's
do
just
it.
discrimination. But that's just discrimination.
No,
Like,
it's
come on,
not. It's
that
certain
was
jobs.
used.
Listen.
That
So you think. This is what you think. Listen, what you're telling me. So what I'm telling you is that the people in the military, this is not what they want to do. I can tell you that. You can bring people up here, and the majority of them they're literally out of their mouth, they're just not gonna answer. But this is not what these folks want to do, right? For obvious reasons, because it's not a typical job, right? You're asking somebody, like, I think the idea of the military is just got washed out because people think of it as a regular job. But when you start taking people and you remove, like, it's not a job where you go and you go there for a couple hours and you go home.
You got motherfucking Navy aviators. That's high. That's a high level of education and skill.
That still ain't got nothing to do with sleeping in the fog. That's an individual thing. What I'm saying is you're talking about a group. A military is a group, like it's a group activity. Listen, you're missing the point. I never said that they weren't good pilots. What I'm telling you is if you take a bunch of men on a group activity, and you're telling me this is what they have to deal with, they're going to be okay with that. That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about individual accolades. It's not the same thing.
There's going to be some bullying. There's going to be some hazing. I don't disagree with that. But still, I mean, that's part of it. That's the military. Suck it up, cupcake.
No, it's not. It's never been. There's never been part of it. That's what I'm saying. So you're telling them to suck it up, cupcake, when you really
they were just able to say toss them or fuck them or throw them in a mental hospital.
No, they're doing no. No, that's not. That's a cash game. So the ones that were doing it, I think you missed what I was saying, Marky. Dudes are going in there. They know they want to be women. They get the insurance from the military. They pretty much pays for the whole procedure for them to transition over to the other side. And then once they get to the other side to get, all the implants, the breast implants, and all the stuff they want, now they got a mental issue and they get out and get a check forever. That's a hustle. See how that works? That's a hustle. So no, I think it's not. That's nobody forcing it. That's not somebody forcing you to do it.
Yeah. If that is happening, then that is abuse, and I don't agree with that. But there's a lot of people that, as a result of this this Supreme Court decision that affirmed Trump's right to get the trans folks to F out of the military, a lot of people lost their careers, man. It's not right, Boxer Scholar. I mean, I know most of them aren't Marines and aren't riflemen and aren't in platoons. Most of them are engineers and aviators and fucking and all, and you know what I'm saying, Coast Guard patrol boat people and helicopter pilots. But still, I mean, why should they be precluded from doing their duty? That's not right.
You're talking about because you're talking about a group setting. Like what the problem with this in the military, you're trying to make an individual be bigger than the institution, and that's simply not how the military works. None of that is how that works.
No, absolutely they are bigger. What is a VA loan?
Not.
What is a VA loan?
What do you mean? That's
they don't give those to just everybody, right? They treat them special because they serve. When they die, they're buried amongst special company. They have a place for them. That some of them they give them Purple Hearts. They fly the flags at half staff. Like they absolutely make special provisions for our military. So to act like that we're just doing something different for somebody who's willing to die, because that's the commitment that you make when you join the military, is absolutely absurd. Listen, I don't even understand the fascination that everybody has. I think secretly people are a little bit sugary deep down inside. They absolutely are.
You can't take a bunch of men in a group setting and tell them you have to deal with gay people. If not, just because they got. So you're taking a group of people and you're forcing them to do something because of food. Wait. It's a group of people, right? Like this is the problem with this whole thing. We keep trying to make this an individual thing. Everything they do in the military is group activities for the lion's share of the most part. You have the higher level things that we always talk about, which are your people who fly the planes and do all this spectacular stuff. But most people are enlisted and they're mostly doing stuff in group settings, meaning that they're not doing it by themselves. They're not having these little individual jobs. They're working with other people, and most of this stuff is on the lower levels, which is most of these folks, is in infantry. That's a lot of it. And they're in the field together. They're sleeping together. So no, it's not the same thing. I think the ideas that we put
those straight men are sleeping
right
together. Those straight men are sleeping with other straight men.
When they go in the field, yes. When they have to go in the field, yes. If you go out in the field, yes. You go out there for months at a time, you got to do training, yes. If you're in infantry, yes. You have to. You got to go sleep in foxholes. You sleeping in tents. Yes, that's absolutely part of it.
So I'll say this. The obsession with transgender people has to stop. Right?
Not
People got
obsession,
to.
scholar.
Yes, it's an obsession.
You
Pittsburgh T,
can't
you
do
talk.
all jobs, bro.
Pittsburgh
You
T,
can't force
Pittsburgh
people to
T,
do something they
Pittsburgh
don't want
T,
to do, bro.
Pittsburgh T. You're talking about a population that is less than 1%, and this is where your argument falls on its head because you say that the Army should not make special provisions for this less
They
than
are.
1%. This is what you're telling me. This is what you're telling me. But yet they're less than 1% of the community when they came over to boxing, quote unquote. And I know this for a fact, right? They said that it was a transgender boxer in boxing, and she was not trans at all. She was just an ugly ass woman. And they talked about how trans women are men are trying to get an athletic advantage, and that this is a big problem in America, and that they're using our tax-paying dollars to get sex changes in jail. They're focusing and making special provisions and voting for less than 1% of the fucking population. Meanwhile, complaining that the military is making special provisions for
They
less than
are.
1% of the population. You can't make it up. That is a level of hypocrisy that just blows my mind. It's like,
Scholar, the
why are y'all
military
so
ain't the
obsessed
same.
with them?
But the military is not the same as any regular. Like you're trying to equate the military job to a regular. It's just not, bro. It's not a job where you just go hit the clock and you work out 8 hours and go home. It's not the same thing, bro. It's not. When you send somebody to a war zone
if
and
a
all this stuff,
command,
it's not the same.
okay, but so if a commanding officer tells you to go do something with that said trans person, are you saying those dudes are gonna refuse? Or
Y'all
worse,
missing the
excuse
point,
me,
man.
because it's
You're missing the point. You're making look again. You're arguing for an individual amongst a group of people. The military is everything but individualism. If you look at their uniforms, they all wear the same fucking shoes. They all wear the same hats. They eliminate individualism, and you're arguing for individualism. That's why this whole thing don't make no sense. Like even down to the canteens that they put water in, they're the fucking same. The meals they eat, they're the fucking same. There's no individualism in that way that you're talking about in those group settings. Individual accomplishments are done later towards the end when you come back from military. Even when they're in the field, the shiny brass that you see when they go to Capitol Hill, they eliminate that. They put black on. They put the black brass on because they don't want that stuff out there in the field. So most of the stuff that they do is in a group setting. You're trying to individualize somebody and give them special. That's just not how that works.
Okay,
and if
so
y'all don't understand what I'm saying, it's not the same thing. That's
so
nothing to do with discrimination.
when military people go to the hospital, right? They have insurance that's up impeccable, right? And they use that. Let's say they need a new grill, they use it. They need surgery, they need whatever, penis enhancement, breast reduction, whatever the case may be, they use it. Why are you cracking down on people who already have access to this service and say, no, you can't do this. You can't use government money to go get a sex change. You can't do this. You can't do. It's just so crazy to me. Like I said, they're less than 1% of the population. Why not focus on the 99% since it's America first? Like I said, they don't even see the irony in telling America that they're giving these people special benefits while focusing on them and saying that they shouldn't have special benefits that everybody in the Army is accustomed to getting just by being in the military. You can't make this up. The mere fact that they went out and voted because they said they're using your tax dollars to give less than 1% sex changes. Well, what about the 1% that got the tax break? Like the focus of people is so like skewed. They're cyclops at this point. They have no eyes, and they destroy anything that they hyper focus on because they're like the dogs from Up. You remember squirrel? Like, why you care about eggs and 1% of the population? You really went and voted for that.
Scholar, can you think the person who had the sex change, you think they can still perform their duties on the battle? Like they can still, once they get their sex change, you think they in service to go and perform their duties for months at a time? You think they can go get a surgery, jump on the table, jump back up? So like you're literally doing something that like the person is literally doing something. Since we want to individualize this, the person that you're arguing for is literally doing a surgery that they can no longer perform their job over a period of time. And these are the things that we're fighting for. What do you mean? So a person who has
Pittsburgh T, you just made that up.
Like we
You don't
had
know
like
what they're
okay,
no, but
so
capable
hold
of.
on, Scott. But
So
hold
a
on,
man,
Scott.
so
okay,
hold
so
on,
they can
no.
get
Let me say this. Let me say this, Mark it in.
Examples.
Mark it in. So a man with a sex change is somehow weaker than a regular man. So you
no.
telling
I
me
never said
that
that. I said the person who
okay.
gets surgery. We talking about surgery. So the dude lay on the table, get like the women who get their booties done, and they got to get a certain thing to lay on. You telling me that person can go into the
Pittsburgh T,
battlefield the next day? They
there are a
can't.
bunch
They
of
just
people
fucked
that
up
in the
the.
military
They
that have
can't. The person who
gallbladder
go.
surgery. They have surgery is pretty normal, Pittsburgh T. It's not just sex change
That's
or nothing.
elective surgery, scholar. You're talking about elective surgery and somebody having to have a medical surgery. That's not the same thing. You're
Okay,
choosing to do
does
something
elective
that's
affect?
gonna create.
Okay,
That's gonna,
Pittsburgh T, you
yes.
can't.
If you
But
can't perform your job, that's not elective
Pittsburgh
surgery.
T,
You
but
probably
Pittsburgh T,
shouldn't have.
if you get surgery, you're saying by getting surgery, you can't perform the task that's required of you. So the people that get gallbladder surgery,
It's not
if they got a
elective, bro.
tooth, an ingrown tooth, are those people able to perform their task? Yes or no?
Bro, that's not the same thing. Are they?
Why are
Okay,
you
so
beating around
elective
the bush,
means
Miss Bertie?
no, it's
Can the
not.
people who
Elective
get
means you're
surgery,
choosing it. You're choosing. The
it
elective means
doesn't
you never.
matter. Even
Yes,
but
it
if you
do.
got
You
it,
didn't have to get
Pittsburgh
it done. No, you didn't have to get it done. If I tell
Pittsburgh
you
T,
your gallbladder need to be removed, you don't have a choice
That's
in the
not
matter,
true,
bro.
Pittsburgh
That's
T.
not up to
Pittsburgh T.
you.
That's not
Okay, okay. The
Pittsburgh
choice is
T.
taken from them.
According to
Does that
studies,
hold on, Mark it in. Does that affect their ability, accident or no accident, to perform their functions of their job?
No, of course not. They can't do
Okay,
it.
then why would sex
That's
change
not
do
the
that?
same
Why would a
equivalent
sex change do that?
because if you're doing things that you know you literally can't do your job, that'd be like you hiring somebody and they say, hey man, I always wanted to do this, but you hired me today. I'm gonna go do this surgery at the bar and I'll be out for 4 months. And you just gonna be okay with that? Like, come on, man. This ain't even that hard, man. We like bending ourselves in a pretzel for no reason. It's elective surgery. I can see if your
that's not an
spleen need
elective
to be
surgery.
removed. It's not elective.
No, because there's something called gender affirming care. It's an entire part of the medical industry. And if you go look at do your own research on the studies, 4 out of 10 people that identify as trans have attempted suicide in their life when they don't receive gender affirming care. So that's absolute. Like imagine if there was some type of disease affecting just black people, just a certain part of the population, where 4 out of 10 of them were dying. Well, actually, you know what? We could just use gun control, but then again, nobody gives a fuck about that, and we don't ever do anything about that. So I don't know. I mean, I think that it is necessary because I mean, if 4 out of 10 of them are dropping if they don't get said treatment, that sounds pretty necessary to me.
Yo,
Like
I
I want those
guarantee you
people to
this.
be alive.
I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna make a bold statement, then I'm gonna look it up. I guarantee you, there's more people that get work done to their teeth where they have to be, sedated or teeth pulled or any of that, than less than 1% of the population. Because if we're talking about less than 1% of the population, what percent of that less than one actually goes and serve? You see how you're hyper focusing on a small group
No,
of
I'm
people,
not, Scholar.
and then
Okay, everybody can't
The
box, bro.
argument
Look,
that you're
everybody
making.
can't. No,
The argument that
everybody
you're
can't be
making,
a boxer, bro. Like that would be like you saying, hey, just because you out of shape, you should still be able to box. Like certain jobs come with certain requirements, bro.
but
Like I
they
don't get
do.
this
They
thing we
do.
do.
Pittsburgh T. That is Pittsburgh T. You just made my point for me. Boxing is the free market. We have fat and out of shape people who start boxing careers because it's the free market. So why would listen? What if somebody's physically fit, Pittsburgh T? Let's take a male. Let's take what's the dude that was bench pressing the other day? The big strong dude, not Lee Haney, the other dude. What was the dude that we was looking at?
Ronnie Coleman.
Ronnie Coleman. Let's take Ronnie Coleman. Let's say in Ronnie Coleman, and mind you, this dude's bench pressing 1,000 pounds. Let's say at the height of his whatever, he goes into the army, bodybuilder. He goes into the army, but he wants to get a sex change. Do you think at all that it would affect Ronnie Coleman, the human Incredible Hulk ability to go out there and perform the task as a soldier?
Yes, absolutely. You're
You
dealing with
lost it,
hormones. You're
but
dealing.
no.
What do you mean?
No.
Why wouldn't it? You're still dealing with your. Well, if you go and get augmentations, breast augmentations, you get booty enhancements. You start taking steroids to change your hormones. Absolutely, you're still dealing with the human body. Don't give a damn how big you are. Like you're still dealing with a regular
Pittsburgh
human.
T.
You're not an android.
Okay, let's say it does affect him, Pittsburgh T. So he goes from 1,000-pound squat to 500. Is he still a good soldier?
Scholar, you missing the point of the whole thing, bro. Like now you're making a different argument. You're making a straw man argument, bro. The point is like the argument I was making. I've been saying this from the beginning. If you take it from the individual and you put it in the group that these people have to be in, these people that are in service don't want to be in a group with them. That's just simply it because of the conditions of the military. It's not a traditional thing. Your house, you're sleeping, you're laying with, you're in, like, it's just not a normal thing. There's no other job where we can all say, hey, we finna go disappear for 6 months into the field together, and we're gonna leave our families together, and then everybody has to be okay with that. It's just, it's a different social environment.
That the tranny is going to hypnotize them, and the urge that they've been secretly suppressing.
So what is the thing? That, Scholar?
Pittsburgh T, it's gay. It's gay to me. It's gay to be out there that long with another grown man sleeping in tents anyway. That's just me. You know what I mean? That could be looked at as a bitty. But it's exactly.
When you go to war, when you go to war and you go to Afghanistan, that's part of it, bro. So how long you think the deployment was? How long you think the deployment was?
Say that one more time. I like the way that sound. That is a part of the job. So these people out there bitching and moaning about, hey, listen, I don't mind sleeping with no heterosexual man that could possibly be gay, but he just ain't saying it. But the people with the sex change, man, keep me away from those people. You would think that at wartime they would have more things to think about in their Rolodex of memories than, hey, man, I don't want no weird sexual experience. I've had some stuff happen to me in the past.
Experience. Scholar, you can't even like, okay, an environment with a bunch of men. Let's put 30 men in a room for an hour. You think it's gonna be some homosexual jokes in there that somebody possibly not gonna get fired for, where it probably been a joke? The offense level is gonna be through the roof. It changes everything with that whole atmosphere there. You can say, oh, ain't no big deal. It don't matter. Yes, it do, because they like it's not a job. If you deploy, let's say you deploy you to Afghanistan, right? Y'all went out, and y'all came back, right? Boom, you came back. You did your job for the day, you came back. Ain't like you go home, you stuck right there in the fucking tent with the motherfucker. You stuck there, bro. So it's not the same kind of environment. We keep trying to make this. It don't matter. It don't matter. You're around these people 24 hours a day.
You're making this assumption like, do you think do you think trans peoples are the only assholes or malcontents?
Never said that.
But like I feel like there's way worse people that you could be stuck in a fucking tent with. Like just being honest.
Because sexual assault happens a lot in the military.
No, this ain't got nothing to do with
sexual assault happens a lot in the military, and also people disappear
out there in the military.
Yeah, say sexual assault like that.
So do you think it's okay if somebody get fired for making a joke that somebody's uncomfortable with, or get demoted behind that shit?
You talk about me making straw man arguments. You just made that up. Pittsburgh, you know what you sound like? You know what you sound like?
Let's look it up. Let's look it up. That's the environment you put people in.
So you know what you sound like, Pittsburgh T? You sound like the people who make the argument that, white people should be allowed to say the word nigga. Because black people won't stop saying it. Or these black people are the people who argue for DEI against DEI because they say that, you can't even speak freely no more and have to worry about losing your job or getting racial training is what they call it from DEI. You sound like those people, Pittsburgh T.
I told you the people from the military don't want that, bro. I told you the people from jobs
don't want DEI.
Do not want that. Okay, so the people in the military do not want that. The people that you're asking to make all these sacrifices that we pay all these benefits to, that go pay the ultimate price, this is not what they want. Everybody outside of that is saying it don't matter. Those people should have the right. Everybody can't do everything, bro.
Man,
that's just the way of it.
Want. The military.
No, hold on. Hold on. Mark it down. Deep breath. Calm down. So what I was gonna say is we not saying fuck the military.
No fucking military dictatorship.
Mark it down.
Liberal democracy, brother.
Mark it down. You too emotional. You gotta calm down, have conversation. And we definitely not saying fuck the military, especially when we're having a conversation about the military.
Fuck what them niggas want. They ran by the civilians.
Anyway, Marky did. No, they're ran by the commander chief. But anyway. Pittsburgh T, why are we worried about
civilian administration?
Marky Dan? God damn, please be quiet for a minute. Please. I gotta get this off. If we're worried about what the military wants, Pittsburgh T, then why in the hell we ain't worried about them occupying and doing the police jobs and martial law in places like Illinois and stuff like that? Since it's about what the military wants. Because they didn't want to do a parade for Donald Trump on his birthday like a dictator, and they definitely did not want to be doing a job of police officers in states and cities. But nobody seems to care about that. But when it comes to less than 1% of the population, hey man, we can't go out there and we got to worry about what the military wants, because it's all about what they want. Because God forbid they serve with less than 1% of the population and have to share a tent or a bunker or be side by side shooting at the enemy. Because one thing I would be worried about while I'm shooting it and have a high level threat situation is worried about the person next to me and what they do with their penis or their vagina. Because that's what I would be worried about during a high stressful situation like that.
Yeah, but that's the talking point, Scott. That all that stuff you just said, that's all the talking point, bro. Like what we need to do is get some military personnel in here and you ask them and see what they're going to tell you. They're not going to say that talking point stuff that you just said. And as far as the National Guard, if we talking about percentages, that's even less than 1% of the military that when they occupy Washington, D.C. or whatever you're saying, that's even a smaller percentage of that. That little bit of personnel that they sent over there, if you do the all combination of all the armed forces between the military, the Marines, the Navy, like the Air Force and the Special Force, that's less than 1% of that if we doing percentages. So no, that's all talking points, bro. The military don't want that, bro. And they had that laws in place behind that forever, bro. They don't want that. That's very obvious.
Talking point, Pittsburgh T. So if we're worried about what the military wants, then we need to tell Donald Trump to get them and stop forcing them to police the streets of America. If we're worried about what they want. Because I guarantee you there will be more.
It's less than 1%. But you said it's less than 1%. So what I'm telling you is the 1%, less than 1% went to Washington, D.C. It's even smaller percentage than the ones that you brought up of the military personnel that went to Washington, D.C.
Absolutely not. Pittsburgh T. In totality, all of the military is against all the stuff that Donald Trump wants them to do, whether it be a parade where they got tanks going down the street for our lovely dictator, or whether it be policing. And because first of all, the whole idea of our military policing the streets is not a new idea. We didn't like when we were doing it in Iraq and Afghanistan. That was the whole reason to bring our troops home. So why would they want to do it to quote unquote the enemy from within on U.S. soil? And you be okay with that, but you're not okay with transgender people serving in the military. That doesn't make any sense.
You said it's less than 1% of the trans people in the military. You said it's less than 1% of the population.
Give a military.
Yeah, you said it's less than 1%.
About to pull up and give a military perspective on this. Go ahead.
You said it's less than 1% of the population that's gay, so we should just deal with it because it ain't that much of a percentage. I'm telling you that it's even smaller than the 1%. Okay, but cool. But it's even smaller of a percentage that went the National Guard to Washington, D.C. So y'all should deal with it because it's even less than 1% of the military personnel that went to Washington, D.C. If we doing by percentages, that's a very small percentage of the military personnel that went to Washington, D.C. So then there ain't no military personnel that's gonna pull up and be like, yeah, I can't wait to get these people that be doing that with them. That's not what they doing, bro. It's not.
They went to Portland. They went to California. They've been getting deployed everywhere. And what I'm trying to tell you, Pittsburgh T, is the military as a whole. Now we're not talking about 50%. 100% of the military do not want to do the job of policing. That is not their job. They did not sign up to be police officers. They signed up to serve in the military.
Where you get the percentage
how
from?
is that a talking point,
bro?
How is
that
100%?
How do you know that? Where'd you get this poll
because
from?
We've already seen this in the Iraq and Afghanistan war. The argument was you do not go to other countries, overthrow the dictator, and pledge our United States military to police in the streets of a foreign place. The complaints that you got from those people was our job is not to police. We've already did our job. We overthrew the dictator. That's what the military does. They don't have any training in being police officers. 100% of them do not want to do that job.
That's not true, Scott.
Okay, so what you're telling me is it's a bunch of people out there just like, hey, I'm so happy to be policing. Go ahead.
Bro, you can't just make a percentage.
No, I was just about to say a lot of dudes, and you hear it from a lot of different soldiers that served in Iraq. They said I didn't even want to serve in Iraq. I wanted to go to Afghanistan to fight the Taliban. because
then there's
there were police officers in Iraq.
Yeah, but guess what you had? You had the Pat Tillmans that gave up NFL careers that couldn't wait to get over there. So you had this whole generation of people who were gung-ho military, family were invested in that, and they couldn't wait to get over there and serve in whatever capacity. So there's never going to be 100% of the military. There's families and generations of that. No, they didn't. That's what I'm telling you. You're talking about talking points. I'm telling you, there's people in the military that there's generations of them, and they can't wait to get in there and serve and do it in whatever capacity, and they question nothing. So you can't say that. I've seen it. I've experienced it. Anybody that's in there can tell you the same thing. So there's never going to be 100% of that. It's not going to be possible.
Would you at least say it was a higher percentage than people that care about trans?
I don't know. I don't know what the percentages is. I couldn't tell you that.
So then why do you say that's what our soldiers want if you don't know what the percentage is? You said our soldiers.
You saying which one would want more than the other? I simply talked about trans. I don't know which one they would prefer more or less. I can't say that. I know they don't want trans.
Well, let me ask you this before I let D Free go. What percent would you say do not want to serve with trans?
Majority of them.
What's
I would say
majority?
I had to throw out a random number, 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. So now we guessing, right? So you don't know what?
Yeah, I said I don't know. I started with that. I prefaced that, and I said I would have to say 8 out of 10 because I've never heard military people campaigning for that. I've always heard them talk against that. The ones that actually served, that had to go on deployments, that's not what they want. This all sounds good until you go on deployments and you're stuck with people. That's not what people want.
Hold on. We actually have somebody that served up here on this panel. Let's ask D Free personally.
Go ahead, D Free.
Yeah, D Free. Have you ever served? I don't know if you were listening to the conversation. Have you ever served with somebody that was trans?
Yeah, I served too. So that's a false argument. So I'm telling you, that's how I know that.
How do you mean? Okay, well then you ask the question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Let him go. Go ahead, Frank. Go what you got. You listen to everything we've been saying. Go ahead. Spit what you got.
I don't know what the question is. Marky asked me to come through, so I came through. So I'm not sure exactly what y'all cooking on.
Marky try to set you up. Pittsburgh T.
Yeah, he trying. Oh, we was talking about trans and how military people feel about trans. That's what we've been talking about for the last hour. About how military people feel about the trans, and they're saying that their rights and they're being discriminated. I told them from the beginning, that's not what the people in the military want. And they went through this whole idea of what percentage of it is, and it ain't going to affect them. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's not the regular job. That's not what the majority of people in the military want, especially when you go on deployments and you go on training missions. That's not what the men in the military want. You wouldn't understand because it's not a normal job.
So what? So y'all asking me does the military want to be deployed or not want to be deployed?
They ask you
either way. Do they want to work? Do they want to work with or be deployed with trans people? Do they have a problem with being trans people?
Do you?
They say they don't care.
If you work with,
they say they don't care. They say no in the military. In the military, not just work with them. In the military, they're saying people don't care in the military because it's less than 1%. Doesn't matter if you're deployed or you're working with them on deployment or on land. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. That's basically what they're saying. They should have the right to do it.
I would say majority of the military wants to stay stateside. Most of you have some that do like to get deployed because they get a bonus in their pay when they get deployed, but majority of them wants to stay stateside.
No, not deployed, but with trans people. They're saying with trans people exclusively. No matter if you're deployed or you're stateside, they're saying that the military doesn't have a problem with working with trans people. That's what we've been going back and forth with for the last hour.
So, Marky,
that's why
what was the question that you was going to ask me, Marky?
Would you care if you were working with a trans person in your unit or your platoon? Would you care? Because that seems to be something that Pittsburgh T thinks that individual. Military people are passionate.
You make it an individual. I said, and I'm gonna make this clear again. I said the majority of people in the military do not want to work with trans people. They don't want to go on deployments with them. They don't want to go on training missions with trans people. You're talking about one individual. So in your unit, would your unit want to be deployed with trans people? Would your unit want to be doing transmissions
But
with trans
D3,
people
can
on a
you
large
speak?
scale?
But, let me
Then
step
I'm
down. Go
asking.
ahead.
He was
Go
there.
ahead.
He
Go
would
ahead. Go
know.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm trying to follow y'all because one small person starts talking, the other one cuts the other one off, so y'all losing me. So I'm trying to follow you. So one person asks me a question at a time.
You got it? You understand what we're asking you, D free? Would your unit care if you got deployed with a trans person? Or if you went on training missions with a trans person?
Will we care?
Yeah, on a large scale. On a large, like the whole unit. If you had to poll the unit that you were in, would they care? Would they want to go out, and would they have a huge problem with being in training missions or being in deployment with trans people? And it's known.
It to be honest with you, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. It all depends because from people that been in the military, you know, unless you're actually being deployed or you're going out for field training, you pretty much is doing the same thing every single day. You go, you wake up, you do PT, then after PT you have formation. After formation, you go to the motor pool. Then your break from the motor pool, you go to lunch, come back, have formation again, then you work in the motor pool again, and then it's the end of the day formation, then you go home. So that's pretty much what you do every single day, unless you're going out for field training or you're being deployed. So it all depends on what they feel like at that current moment. Some of them might say, yeah, I want to be, or some of them might say, no, I don't. So it all depends because sometimes you get bored doing the same thing every single day. You literally do the same thing every day. You wake up in the morning and do the exact same thing every single day. So sometimes you get bored and you want to do something. So it all depends on how you're feeling because, like I said, it
No,
all
but
depends.
D3, they're asking about trans though. Like now that's your job. They're asking them, would your unit mind being deployed with trans people? Is the question. Or doing training missions, would they have a huge problem? And I'm telling them they would. Would the unit have a problem with trans people being deployed with a person that's
Oh yeah,
known to be trans?
with
Yes.
that, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, they would have a huge problem with that. Yeah, with that,
Would it be a majority of the unit? Would it be half the unit? What would you think would be the percentage?
it would be 90% of them will have a problem with it.
See what I mean? I
90%
told
will have a
y'all.
problem.
It's not a regular job.
And my response to that would be, they are absolutely tripping, man. You know, I just looked up the numbers of active people that are trans in the military. Pittsburgh T, how many do you think are active military transgender people?
It's not going to be many because the dude's going to have huge problems with it. They're going to get shunned. Nobody wants to deal with that. It's not going to be a lot that's going to be out.
2,450 out of all of the U.S. military, Pittsburgh T.
Right.
2,000.
That's right.
Bro. What's his name? Jose Torres probably has more people at his fights to fight nobody than
Doesn't
all
matter.
the trans people, bro. Bro, we could literally take all the trans people, bro, and go inside of the subway, and the U.S. Fire Marshal would probably be like, "Yeah, there's room in the back." That's how much of a small percent. I don't understand why people obsess over this small percentage of
Watch
people.
this.
It doesn't
Okay,
make any sense.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Watch this. Be free. When y'all go on deployments or you go on training missions, like your platoon or your unit, how separated are y'all? How close are y'all out of the day? What percentage of the day does the entire unit spend together?
Majority of the day.
So there's not really a separation. That's why people don't want to work with trans people.
Yeah, you're with your unit. If you on a field training, you with your unit the entire time you in on the field training. If you get deployed, you with your unit the entire time you get deployed. Now, if y'all separate on going, y'all have squads that goes in on different missions. This squad will go on a mission, that squad will go on a mission, but y'all all come back at the end of the night and sleep in the same spot. We all share the same barracks. Like when we went on NTC, we was over in the Savannah Desert over there in California. We all stayed in the same barrack. Like our bunks was literally right beside the next person's bunk. We all slept in the same spot. The only time we might slept differently is when we was in the field. Everybody had a foxhole partner and y'all slept in a tent together. But y'all all is in the same area. Y'all all in the same area. So you're always with your unit when you get deployed for field training or you get deployed overseas. You're with your unit.
Yo,
Yes,
D, D, how would you know? How would you know that the person that you're actually with is trans unless they tell you?
That's what
How
we're
would you
saying. That's what I'm
know?
saying, Scholar. You wouldn't know. I'm saying, like, knowing. Like, you're saying that people shouldn't care. I'm
Hold
telling
up,
you,
T.
you
We
saying,
ain't, we
Well,
can't
no,
gloss past that.
I
How
tell you
would
this.
you even know?
I tell you this. I will say there was a couple of individuals when I was in the military that was on the little feminine side, and they pretty much got outcast from everybody else. They pretty much got outcast from everybody else. Like when we would go out and do things, like when we were in the child hall, majority of the time, those individuals were sitting by themselves while everybody else was amongst each other. And whenever we go out, we going out to the club. They never got invited, even though their roommate might got invited, but they didn't get invited. They pretty much was outcast. So you if they went through the whole trans and they got the full surgery, you probably wouldn't know unless somebody know them from back in the day or somebody had an actual conversation with them and they came out and said something about it because things like that do happen. I had an individual when I worked with when I got back home. I was working at a security company, and the whole time I thought this was a dude, and they told me no, she used to be a female. I mean, he used to be a female, and they showed me the picture. And he was a female. Played basketball, was a gorgeous female. Played basketball for college and everything. And all of a sudden, he decided to have a sex change. So it it all depends. It would eventually comes out because somehow, some way, it would eventually comes out because we got to remember we all go through the same medical checkup, and when you going getting deployed overseas, everybody got to go through the physical, and they got to go through the getting their shots and all that stuff. So even though unless they legally change their name, they're gonna call them by their birth name. So if their birth name was Keisha, but he had the operation, and he changed over to a male, unless he literally legally changed his name, he's gonna be called by Keisha.
yeah, but what I'm saying is if they don't know, you wouldn't get a reaction, Scholar. If people know, you're gonna get a reaction. That like the military is the last frontier of what like this society will call toxic masculinity. Like the feminine part of a man to be acting feminine in the military, you're gonna be treated different. That's just the reality of it. And people can get a feeling about it if they want to, but that's just what happens in there. It doesn't matter what we want.
I'm glad
Let me say
DK
this
pulled up. This
also.
is important
Let me say
perspective.
this also. Let me say this also because this is a big part of it as well. When I was in the military, it was mainly a man's type military. The females really didn't work side by side with the men. They mostly work in the town hall, or they was a medic or things like that. They didn't work on the same line of defense like I was. I was a combat engineer, so I got I was in front of infantry. I had to clear the minefields for infantry. We didn't have many female. Matter of fact, I'm trying to think. There was no female in my platoon. There was no females in my platoon. It was all men. So during when I was in the military, the times was a little different. So it might be a little more lenient now because the times are changed. So I can't speak for how it is now, but when I can speak for when I was in the military, a lot of that stuff didn't fly.
I mean, it's probably still the same. Still a male-driven society because all the hard jobs are done by like there's certain jobs that you do. A majority of it, which is majority of it is infantry. The majority of infantry jobs, the technical ones of those, they're done by men for the lion's share. I don't care. It don't make people feel good to hear it. That's just a fact. Then you start getting into the administrative and the medical fields, and it starts getting blended up. And some of the specialty fields, it starts getting blended up with more women and men. But that trans stuff, like people are accepting of women working with them. Even like men and women working in the military, men don't have a problem working with women. That's just not a thing. That just don't exist, right? Unless you start dealing with the special forces and like certain like specialty jobs, then people start looking crazy because they know it's a physical. There's certain physical limitation that women gonna have going certain fields. So unless you're getting into that, like men don't really have a problem with it. Like most men still gonna have a problem with the transfer. That's just the
That's not
fact. I
true,
know people don't feel like that. What do you mean? It's physical limitations of women. What you talking about?
They absolutely it was a problem for women to serve. There was a big issue about women fighting for the right to go to war with men to carry them. Like this was a real thing that went to Congress. So they
They don't
absolutely
have
do
a
have a.
problem with that. They were trying to get into special forces, Scarlett. What you talking about is the women that were trying to get into special forces that were trying to do
No,
specialty
they were trying to
jobs.
become
That's
pilots too, and they
yes,
were
that's
trying to break the
specialty.
glass ceiling
Again,
to
that's a
become
special.
captains and
That's a
admirals and
But
that's
colonels.
a special.
what Scott is talking about is like for
That's
my
not the same
MOS,
thing.
for my
What I'm saying is,
MOS.
but that's not majority of military. Majority of military is infantry, and the majority of military don't have a problem serving with each other, men or women. When you start getting to the specialties, which are pilots and captains, it's not that many. Like that's a small percentage. The majority do not have a problem working with each other. Telling me I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm talking out of turn, D3. That's not the same thing that you guys are talking about.
I mean, it they do and they don't. Like it was very hard for women to get into the military. A lot of times when you saw women in the military, majority of them, like I said, they was either cooks or they was working in a medical field or they was working as some type of clerk or things like that. They was not part of the infantry units. They wasn't part of those infantry units. And there was some females that wanted to work infantry, but they didn't allow females to work infantry. So there was females that wanted to fight for those rights to be able to fight on the front line because, like I said, there was some females that wanted to be a combat engineer or be a part of the infantry unit or part of a Navy SEAL unit or airborne ranger. There were females that wanted to do that, but they wouldn't allow females to go through those because of the training was so strenuous. They wouldn't allow females to go through that training.
But that's not a lot, is it, D3? Like that's not a lot. We're not talking like it's a line of thousands of chicks on the base trying to do these jobs. It's not a lot. You're talking about a handful of women that's even capable of doing these things. Remember, men and women don't have the same standards when they do those tests. Like it's not the same thing. Like it's just
No, but they don't have the same
personal
standards.
fitness test is not the same.
But see, the thing is, you got to remember in the military, when you have a specific duty, they expect each individual to be able to do their duty. Like if you on the front line and something goes down, with my platoon, like I said, I'm a combat engineer. The things that we did was clear minefields, and we did all of the recon. Our life expectancy during wartime was literally only 12 minutes. So they expect you to do what you got to do and get back in 12 minutes. If you didn't get back, they considered you a casualty of war. They considered you had already passed away. So after that, they will come through and do the recon. My platoon will come through and do the recon and pick up all of the fallen soldiers. So with a woman, they expect the woman to be able to handle that. A woman got to be able to carry an individual that get injured and bring them back, or carry their foxhole partner and bring them back. A lot of times, these women are not capable of being able to do that type of job. So that's why a lot of women wasn't allowed to do certain things in the military because they're not capable of doing it. They don't have the strength and the manpower to be able to do it.
Yeah, but okay. So when you did your PFTs, the personal fitness test, was it the same curriculum for the women that the men did?
No, it was different.
It was different, right? So if it's different, like they already know off top, it's not a huge line of women that's trying to do certain jobs because physically it's just very demanding to do certain jobs. Like,
That's
so
what
when
I'm
you
saying.
start getting into special forces and all that stuff, and what you talking about, combat engineer, those are like only a few women are in on each base that's even going to be capable of doing that. Because, like, remember, they're testing as women the entire time that they're in there. Then they go in those fields. Those fields don't care about what you tested as a woman. Now you got to be able to do the job. So now that it went up to another level for them to even do the man thing, that's one thing. And now, like, that's not a regular job. So no, most women ain't even trying to fight to get those jobs, scholar. It's not the same thing. Like, I think that a lot of that stuff.
We're on the same page. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
I agree exactly what you said. We're on the same page because, like you said, when you do your physical training test, a men had a level that you had to do. They wanted to test how many push-ups you can do in 2 minutes, how many sit-ups you can do in 2 minutes, how fast you can run a mile, and then they'll put you in different categories. They'll say, okay, you are a part of the A squad, or you're part of the B squad, or part of the C squad. With women, their levels was different because they were a woman. They wasn't being held to the same standard as a man. But when it comes to doing the job, all of that goes out the window. You got to be able to do that job. It ain't no because you're a woman. You got to do a light job. No, the job is the job. It ain't no difference in the job. This is the job. You got to be able to do it. If you can't do it, you can't be part of this unit.
Yeah, I just brought that up to let scholars know like how that works inside of there. So, like, I mean, the whole women wanted to fight. I think what he talking about is like early '90s. Like, it's since then it ain't really been that big push like that.
And
Like, if women go in the military right now, fine, no problem. Like, you
That's
just
why
don't
I said
get that.
I gotta correct myself because the times have changed, so it might be different. I went into the military in '94, so
Yeah, I went in
I was
'94
part of
too. Yeah, I went in
yeah, I
'94.
went into the
Core. Yeah, I went to
yeah, I
core in
went into the
'94.
military
You
in
heard
90.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
so
heard that. They
yeah,
got
so yeah,
co-ed. Remember, right now they got co-ed boot camps right now, and even the Marine Corps has co-ed boot camps, which they never had. Parris Island is literally an island in South Carolina where they kept the women on one side of the island, on the men on the other side of the island for years, and now they have co-ed boot camps. So that stuff
yeah.
is completely different,
Now,
but the
see,
jobs are
when I
still the
was yeah,
jobs.
yeah, when I was in the military, the only co-ed boot camp was for medics and cooks. Those were the only ones that had co-ed. Everybody else, it was strictly all men or strictly all women. And even in the co-ed barracks for the medics and the cooks, the men still had one side of the building, the women had the other side of the building, but they were still amongst each other in the same building. But they one, like I said, one side was the women's side, the other side was the men's side. But they shared the same barracks. In my barracks, it was all men. It was no separation. Only thing that separated was the floor. A platoon was on the first floor, a platoon was on the second. I'm sorry, a squad was on the first floor, another squad was on the second floor, and then the third floor and the fourth floor because we had four squads in our platoon. So each squad took up a floor. But like I said, for the medics and the cooks, they shared the same barracks for boot camp, but one side was for women, the other side was for men.
Yeah, but it's changed now because I done had daughters go in there. I done had friends send their kids in there, so it's not the same. Like I said, I went to the Marine Corps and they literally kept the women on. That's an island in South Carolina, off South Carolina. And they literally kept the women on one side of the island and the men on the other side of the island. You would not see a woman until you got to the graduation, or unless they were doing like some kind of support job, being like cutting your hair or servicing food in the child hall. Outside of that, you never saw a woman. Never saw a
Yeah.
woman could recruit at all. It just never happened. Now
The
they
only
have co-ed. They got co-ed where they don't sleep in the barracks together, but they go and train together. They have that now.
Yeah. The only time I ever saw a woman when I was in boot camp is, like I said, if the platoon, because they was in the building right next to mine, they was in the barracks right next to mine. But if they were coming out, or if we was to go to our Sunday service, whether it's a Catholic service, is a Methodist, is a Pentecostal, whatever service you go, When you went over to that church, that's the only time that I was able to see a female. Other than that, I was around men 24/7.
Yeah, but I think the military like progressed a lot since the '90s and now, as far as women go. I still think it's a lot of jobs that women physically just can't do for the most part. You always get a couple exceptional women that can do that, but they physically just not going to be able to do certain jobs. That's just, I don't. That's just the way it is.
This is golden. This is golden. The fact that you say the military has progressed a lot, but you're fighting against the progression of the military.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about trans people, bro. No, I'm not. I'm talking about trans people. That's not a progression. Remember, the military. What's the purpose of the military, bro? It's not a social experiment. The whole purpose of the military is to protect our land, right? And the soldiers in there. That's a war machine. That's for fighting and killing. That's what that's for. That's not for nothing else.
Yeah,
So
not
that's all
policing
that's
the
for.
streets of the U.S., the enemy from within, or any of that stuff. Correct?
That's a whole different subject, scholar. They ain't got nothing to do with trans. That's got
No,
that's a whole different subject.
the way we got here is because I told you that the military will be more against policing the streets on U.S. soil and going to Afghanistan and policing their streets after the dictator was removed, in Iraq as well. And you said no, that's not true. That them was talking points. So that's how we got here.
Yeah, okay, so D-Free, do you know okay, let me ask you this, D-Free. Did you know people who were career military people, meaning like their whole, well, let me rephrase it. Like, did you know, I knew plenty of people that when I was in there that served with, that not only did their dad serve, their grandpa served, and these people were like hardcore military people, like they were embedded, and they didn't care what the mission was. They just wanted to be in the military. So the idea that scholars question is that these people are so against certain things in the military. There's a whole group of people in the military that they don't care because they're faithful to the military because they've been embedded at it. Now, I didn't come like that. I know a lot of people didn't, but there's people that's in there that's like that.
You have some that don't care, but majority of the military, they want to serve overseas. They want to serve. They want to be deployed to. If they got to do their job, they want to do their job. They don't want to do. They don't want to be a police officer. That's what the National Guard is for. The National Guard is to police the streets. We're the actual military is to police our country, protect our country. That's what we're there for. But you do have some that don't mind doing whatever work they got to do as long as they feel like they're being active. You have some that's like that, but for the vast majority, they prefer protecting the country, not a city or a street like that. They pretty much say that's what the National Guard is for because they're part-time military. They don't work full-time like we do. They only work 2 weeks out of a month and 2 weeks out of a month and a weekend, 1 weekend every couple of weeks or something like that. I forgot how it is, but I know they only actually do training 2 weeks out of a month, and I think it's like every other weekend or something like that. But as far as full-time military, oh no, we practice on our craft on what we have to do when it's time to go to war. So we prefer actually protecting the country than protecting the city street.
But it's not 100%, right? Be free either way. It's not 100% that
hold
do
on,
it.
T.
You said 100%.
The
You said
goalpost has been
100%.
moved.
No, bro, you said nobody. You said nobody wants to do this. That's because of Afghanistan. We know nobody wants 100%. And I told you that's not true. There's career people in there, and that's some of them don't care. And that's just what D-Free said. He literally just said the same thing I said. And you said, no, that's not true because we know from Afghanistan. I say, no, scholar. There's people who are in there. They do not care. They just want to serve the military. If they told them to run through, it don't matter what they do.
Pittsburgh T, do you listen to what you say? So they just want to serve. It don't matter what they do. So then why would they have a problem with 2,540 transgender members that you wouldn't even know unless they told you that they was transgender? So if they don't care about anything and they're willing to do anything just to serve, then why is it a problem for transgenders?
That's a different thing. That's not the same thing. D-Free, explain him the difference. Now he's trying to compare like doing National Guard stuff with serving with a trans person. I'm telling him it's not the same thing. I mean, I went around in a circle with this. I don't know how to explain it to him.
I'm going to speak for myself. For myself, and I can't speak for everybody else. I don't know how everybody else thinks, but for myself and for what I witnessed when I was in the military, most men, if we're doing a job and we believe we have a man there, we expect that to be a man. We're not expecting that to be a woman that turned into a man. We find that out, we're gonna look at him a little different. So it's almost like I'm gonna give you a similar feeling to it. It's almost like when you're in jail, and I'm not saying any of y'all been in jail. I don't know y'all background. I've been inside of the prison, and men wants to know what's your background. That's one of the things they want to know. They're gonna ask what you're being locked up for, what's your charges. They want to know all of this stuff. They want to know, do you swing with the boys, or are you a straight up dude? Because they want to know that they don't have to watch their back. If you're thinking that you're there with a man and you find out that it's actually a female that changed over to a man, now it kind of puts in your mind you got to carry a little more of the load because you're not going to be 100% sure that they're going to be able to handle it. So it kind of goes both ways. I want to know that I'm there with somebody that's really going to have my back, and that person very well might have your back. But if you find out that this person is a transgender, it's kind of like you're gonna kind of be a little easy on them than you will with another dude because you know that they don't have the same biological makeup that you got.
So he said the same thing I said, bro. I mean, they have a
Nah,
different. They literally got
appreciate you.
different tests. Scholar,
I
they
was
got
listening
different
to what
tests
you
for
said.
women. They got a
This, this what,
they got a
this
different
what you,
physical test for women than they do for men, bro. Like, there's
but
no
this what you
dude. There's
said,
not a
T.
bunch of
You
dudes
said
campaigning for trans to be in there. That's what I
this.
told
This
you.
what you said, T. This what you said, T. You said, scholar. You said 100% of the military does not care. Well, doesn't have a problem with police in the
With
streets.
their
It's not
job.
100%. And you
That's
said
a
there are some
job.
people who join the military and sign up and just care about the action. They don't care about anything else.
As
Transgender
far as
would be included in anything else,
no,
Pittsburgh
it's
T.
not, Scholar. Scholar, you playing like what I was talking about was the job. They don't care about the job. They care about serving with transgender. You know why, Scholar? Because when you're in there, you know what happens when you go through boot camp, you go through all this personal fitness training. Like every year you have to take a personal fitness training test. Some jobs you got to take them twice a year. And you know what most of us find out when we're in there? That there's a different standard for the men than there is for the women. So if you're in there enough time, in the back of your head, you know that women aren't doing the same physical training that you're doing. So why would you think that they're going to be able to do the same physical work as you? In the back of your head, you're going to think that this woman not going to be able to carry her load. It could be
I'm
wrong,
gonna
it could
tell
be
you.
false. That's just the way it
I'm
is.
gonna I'm gonna tell you who probably will have more of a problem with it is probably the female military, because if that's a transgender female and they find out that that's a transgender female, they're gonna start to look at them a little bit different because they were like, hold up, this is a person that used to be a man, and they didn't saw me because when you're in basic training, there is no doors on the shower. Everybody take a shower in an open dorm. It's an open dorm. You turn it's just well not even it's not even like jail because in prison they actually have a door. But when you're in the military and basic training, it's open. It ain't no door. So the next man standing beside you is literally standing beside you. There's no wall between y'all. So it's a little bit different for. I think it would be more of a problem for the females than it would be the men. But I think the men still will have a problem with it to a certain extent.
I'm gonna say this,
So
D free. Anybody, I don't know about Marky Dan, because you know Marky Dan, he be falling in love with every girl he meet. But the military girls, I got friends that was in the military, and the stories that they tell me, it's one big orgy anyway. It's one big Diddy party anyway. So I don't know why that would be
Oh
a
no,
problem for 'em.
it's definitely like that. It's definitely mainly when you get to your regular duty station. Because in basic training, I mean, for the most part, it's pretty much locked down. I mean, yeah, there is situations where you can sneak off and do things here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty much locked down. But when you get to your regular duty station, that's when everybody go buck wild. I mean, especially like a guy like me, I was 18 years old, fresh out of high school. When I got to that's the first time I ever been away from home. When I got to Fort Hood, Texas, oh, I was trying to knock down everything that was walking that had two legs and a split between them. I was trying. No, my roommate literally said, "Dog, do you get tired of fucking?" I was like, "Man, I'm trying to knock down every female out here in Texas."
We got to bring down these walls. 91 was a good year.
I was trying to knock down every female out there in Texas.
Yeah, but I think that's different than depending your life on it. And you got a job. Like going out and having sex with somebody. You remember these jobs is life and death jobs, bro. These ain't no jobs where y'all just sitting in the office looking at each other. Most of these jobs that people have. These different kind of jobs, man. So like that's what the dude want to know that you're gonna be able to do the job. That ain't what they own. They gonna question that, Scholar. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's just the way it is. You can say it's not right. It's not right. You can believe it ain't so, but I'm telling you that's the way it is. It's been like that forever.
No, I just think it's really weird that society focuses on less than 1% of the population, like
Now, what
2,000 people.
I will say, if you working in like as a cook or a medic or a clerk, they not gonna care about it. They not gonna care. But if you working in the infantry field, when you dealing with the tankers, you dealing with combat engineers, you dealing with frontline infantry, they might feel a little crazy about the situation because they're expecting to have somebody to have their back. So they might feel different. Like I said, it all depends on who you talk to because, like I said, if it's a cook or a clerk or a medic, they might not have no problem with it. But if you're dealing with somebody that's part of the infantry field, they might have an issue with it. So it really depends on who you're talking to. Like I said, I was part of the combat engineer, so I was part of the infantry field. So for my field, it was a little different. Like I said, there was no women in my field. Literally no women. Not even a sergeant or a squad leader, none of that. There was no women. It was all men. So the only time I saw women is when I went to the chow hall. I saw the medics and the clerks come down to eat lunch or breakfast or dinner. That was the only time I saw women when I was actually working. When I'm in a motor pool, it was all men in the motor pool. There was no women there.
Yeah, but I only heard non-military personnel make these arguments. I've never heard military personnel make these arguments for it. I've just never heard it. And it might be some out there, but I've just never heard it. That's what I'm trying to tell Scholar. Like every time I ever heard somebody make these arguments that he's making, it's for people who didn't serve, who weren't in those environments. You can say it's wrong, but that's just the environment. That's where dudes are at, and that's because of a lot of different things. When you finally get to the point, look, I'll give you an example. Like, look, the Marines are a little bit different. You do an extra month of boot camp, and when you get finished with that boot camp, you go home for like a week or two. So you did 4 months of boot camp. It's 3 or 4 months of boot camp, and then when you get finished with that, you come back again, and they give you another month of what they call Marine combat training, where it's just hand-to-hand combat and whatever rifles and whatever they want to teach you as far as combat training. Everybody gets that, no matter if you a cook, a chef, it don't matter. And then from there, they send you off to your wherever you finna go to learn how to be trained and what your actual job is. So by the time you actually get to your job, you might be a year or two in. Like you still like 18, you still probably about 19 to 20 by that time. And like a 19, 20-year-old and had all this goddamn training, probably in the best physical shape of the end, and it's mostly male dominated. That's just the environment.
Yeah, especially if you go through Ranger training or you get you go through Navy SEAL school, things like that. Yeah, it's you're gonna be around a lot of men, and you're gonna expect that to be a man's job. That's just what your traditionally mentality is gonna be. This is for men. This is not for a woman. Because for a long time that's what the military was. It was a man's job. It wasn't a woman. It took a long time before women could actually get into the military. So it's automatically you automatically conditioned that way that this is a man field. Military is a man field. It's not a woman field. Um, but I mean, like I said, times have changed, so things could be different. I haven't been part of the military for a long time, so things could be different.
The problem that I have with that, T, is you say it's non-military personnel that make the decisions, but there was a time where military didn't want to serve with blacks.
That's true.
So not
Not
always
the
the will
same
of the people
argument
is.
though.
Yeah, it
Not the
is.
same argument though. No, I said no. The argument you make, and I'm telling you, that's not the argument that the military personnel is making. And you're making an argument as though it's like some universal thing. I'm telling you, it's not. I'm telling you, it's the opposite. What you're saying is the opposite what the personnel and the military is saying. Now you could question what they're saying, but it's not a normal job, and they have different reasons of why they're going to say that. I've never really heard people in the military make these arguments. This is all like political stuff that people say that they don't understand the environment. And it's hard to actually make people understand it unless you've been there. Because it's not it's not a job where we work 8 hours and we go home. Most situations you're gonna be around that person more than you're gonna be around anybody. Like them 40 or 50 or how many people in your squad, you're gonna be around them people for a long time. You get deployed together, you get all kind of stuff happen together. So no, it's not a traditional environment. So the job that you would think of a job of a military personnel, it's just different. I don't even know how to really explain. I'm probably not doing the justice even explaining this stuff. So the attitude is going to be different because it's more of a family setting. If I'm even saying it correctly, maybe D3 can explain it better.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the MOS. It really depends on the MOS. Um, because like what Pittsburgh T is speaking on, he's speaking on mainly the field where you have to. It is traditionally a man's field. And I don't know even now till this day. I don't know if there's any women serving far as infantry. I don't know if there's any women serving on infantry. There could be. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been around the military in years. The last time I've been to an actual military base is probably somewhere around 15 to 20 years since the last time I actually been on a military base. So I don't know if there's any women serving on the infantry in the front line and things like that. But I think that's like I said, I think that's more so what Pittsburgh T is speaking on. He's speaking on the MOS because when you in the infantry, the front line, that's typically not somewhere you want a female to be at. And 9 times out of 10, a female is not going to be on the front line. So if you have a transgender on the front line and somebody in the military finds out about it, they're going to look at it a little differently because that's not typically where a female is usually at.
Yeah, but do you see Pittsburgh T? I think Free kind of understood where I was coming from. I don't know Pittsburgh T. You standing 10 toes down on your point. You missing the forest, brother. There was a time where they were saying black people were inferior. They were giving literacy tests that the black people could not pass to say they was too stupid to be in the military. There were people in the military active who did not want to serve with black people, but that wasn't for the betterment of our military. And then even when they finally let black people in the military, they were coming home to segregated water fountains, not being able to have VA loans, home loans, and stuff like that. So just because the military personnel is in favor of something doesn't make it good for the collective of America.
That's a different argument, Scholar. And then like I don't even understand like why we always do this with trans people. We want to tie them into to black people's fight. Because like a black person don't have a choice to be black. They're just black. There ain't no hiding it. There ain't no paint you can put on yourself. There's no way. Everybody know when you hit the corner that you black. Like trans people, first of all, they don't have to even acknowledge that they're trans. That's number one, unless they choose to do it. Right? That's one thing. And then number two, there's an actual gender difference where that's where people are going to have a problem, and that's people going to act like it don't exist. So there's actual science behind men and women, and even in the military, when they do those fitness tests, there's a different test for women. So that's a completely different thing. When you're talking about black men aren't allowed to do the same thing as the white men do. They're still the same gender. They're just not allowed to do it. So I don't think that's the same thing. That's just simply not the same thing at all.
But they also put in tests to prove their point, like literacy tests. Like, this is a real thing in history. It's not Pittsburgh T. The point that I'm making with black people is not that trans people are black, even though there are some black trans people, but it's the fact that they are a minority. And if you let the collective shit on the minority, it always ends up being bad for the collective.
It's not the same thing, Scholar. So you think a black man and a white man, if they're the same gender, same height, age, everything, they literally physically should be able to do the same thing. We can all agree on that. But you take a trans man and
I say black people are a little bit more capable at doing more strenuous things.
But at the base level, they should at least be equal, is what I'm saying. At the base level, they should be at least be equal, right? We can agree on that, right? Black man, white man, right? They should be at least be equal. A trans man and a straight man are not going to be physically on the same base level. That's the problem when you have a physical job.
Yeah, no, that's different because whether it's a black man or a white man, it's still a man. Now, when you're talking about a transgender, that's not a man. Yeah, he might have had the sex change, but it's still biologically, it's not a man. It's a woman.
D Free, before you got on earlier, we brought up Ronnie Coleman. Listen, you can chop Ronnie Coleman private parts off, no Diddy. In his prime, he's still gonna be stronger than me. He's still gonna be able to lift more than me. You know what I mean? So we talking about what actually is, because like I said, y'all talking about the reality of the situation. You take two men, they two men. But that wasn't what they was telling the country. They was telling the country that these men are less than, they're dumb, and they can't even do the job efficiently. And they were putting in tests to try to back up what they were saying, the claims that they were saying.
They could physically do it, though, Scholar. That's not the same thing. They can physically do it. No matter what we say, they can physically do the job. You could question if a trans man cannot do the job of a straight man. That's not even a hard argument to have. Physically, you can say they can do the same job.
No, see,
what about the reading?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Boxer Scholar, but it's a different argument than having a transgender versus a man. That's a different argument because they tried to belittle the black man, but at the end of the day, it still was a man. It's still a man. Whether you want to belittle him and say he can't read or he's not physically strong or whatever, you can test him and find out if he's physically strong or not. You can test him and put him through the test. When you have a woman that changed over to a man, she's not going to be able to do it. She could train herself to get physically strong, but not naturally, she's not going to be strong as a natural man. If you have two men that never lift weights, the man and another man is going to be pretty much around the same strength. You have a woman and a man never lift weights. The man is going to be naturally stronger than the woman. It's going to be naturally stronger because that's the way their body was built. That's the way God made it.
Ain't that the argument that they was making for women not to be on the front lines in the military? What about a man transgender? What about a man transgender who was cock diesel strong, who's transitioning? Shouldn't he be equal playing field with a man if a man is a man?
Scholar, you talking about the exception. You talking about exception, though. That's not the rule. Most women aren't the same strength as men. And these are physical jobs. Like you talking about the exception. There's always going to be exceptions to what they got going on. But the jobs that they're fighting to get and the ones that was an issue at first, remember they had that movie G.I. Jane? That was for her to be a Navy SEAL. That's like the top of the top of the top Navy. And people cross military to get into that special forces group. That's got to be like the top tier percentile, less than 10 percentile of the entire military. That's probably not going to be a woman. Like, that's not even that hard to figure out. But we got to play this game like women are equally physically fit as men. They're not. They're just simply not. Like, I don't get this thing that we be doing with this trans stuff. Like, no, they can't do certain jobs. They just can't. There's very few of them. There's very few men that can do it.
I mean, if that was the case, then there wouldn't be an issue with a transgender woman fighting a man. It wouldn't be an issue. There is an issue because we know biologically that's a woman. She's not going to be physically strong as a man, regardless of what she changed herself over to. She's not going to be physically as strong as a woman. I mean, as a man. So that's the whole argument. Like when you have a man change over to a woman, he's not changing over to a woman to do a man's job. He's changing over to a woman to do a woman's job. When you have a woman change over to a man, she's changing over to a man to do a man's job. That's the difference.
Yeah, I don't get it because those jobs are physical. Now, if it was an office job, cool, have at it. But that's not it's not a lot of those support. They call them support roles. It's not a ton of those. Most people are in infantry. Like they're not doing the support roles. Most people ain't doing specialty roles. Most people ain't officers. Like that's just not happening. If you look at the officers, the blacks that's in the military, the
Can y'all
officers
hear
they're
me?
still less than 20%.
Yeah, we
Now we
can,
hear you.
I couldn't
Now
hear
you
you
hear you.
before. But
Go
we can,
ahead.
Okay, so
Okay.
this is what I was gonna say. So the question before was that I posed. The answer to that was, well, D Free said D Free told me told everybody that most of the time they spend a lot of time around each other and serving. So wouldn't if a transgender person was serving, wouldn't they be a man that transitioned to a woman around a man? Wasn't that the
no,
argument that he was making?
no. If
No,
there
I
was
never said
if
that.
there was a man that transgender over to a woman, he's going to be around the women. He's not going to be around the men.
Exactly. So he's going to be physically stronger than a woman. A woman that's a trans is going. A man that's a trans would have been a woman. So she would essentially you have a woman posing as a man trying to do man physical tests and physical things. So that's the difference. The trans man that a man's going to deal with in that role in the military is actually a woman that would actually test like a woman. So it would have to be an exceptional woman to test out to do these things that we're talking about. But that's not because even the military differentiates how they test a man and a woman. Woman has lower standards, and then when you start getting in those specialty fields, the numbers and the physicality has to go up.
So how is the women who are transitioning to men able to get around the men?
They're going to be
There's
around the
tests.
men.
If there's tests, how do they?
Oh, it's the annual test. No, we talking about there's something called the personal fitness test. Depending on your job, you got to do it once or twice a year just to stay in the military. And then they have a standard of what the baseline of what you got to do as far as push-ups, sit-ups, and whatever else criteria that they have. If you don't adhere to that, there could be things as far as like they punishment as far as demotion and anything else in between that, from demotion to being kicked out, depending on how severe it is and how many oftentimes you did it. Like that's a whole different thing. But the standards are different from the man's personal fitness test than the woman's personal fitness test. It's just not the same.
I'll give you another thing. Like even with the test, like I said, you got to do a certain amount of push-ups in 2 minutes. I think it's 2 minutes. It might be a minute. It's a minute. Matter of fact, it's a minute. You got to do a certain amount of push-ups in a minute, a certain amount of sit-ups in a minute, and you got to run the 2 miles under a certain amount of time. When it comes to the push-ups, the men do men push-ups. The women did women push-ups. They was on their knees doing push-ups. They wasn't doing push-ups like men. When
Pull-ups
when
too.
I when I when I went through it,
Yeah, the pull-ups
the
too.
women, yeah,
Yeah, the pull-ups
they
too.
got
They let them kick. They let them kick out when they do pull-ups. There's pull-ups part of it too. They let them kick with
yeah
their legs out. Men can't do that.
yeah they
It's
let them
not the
get on their
same.
knees and do
No, so this is what I'm
these
asking
ball
y'all.
muscles.
How are they passing a test to be around men if the test is supposed to weed them out and not
No,
them not be around?
the test is not weaving anybody out. It's just they're just saying, okay, are you physically good enough to be able to make it through basic training?
Yeah,
That's all it is.
100%.
It's just saying if you're
Yes.
physically good enough to make it through basic training. It's not weeding anybody out. And what they do is if you can't make it past that test, they will leave you at that testing site until you're able to make it past that test. Everybody else will move on. You will stay there until you can pass it. Once you pass it, then you will join the rest of the people at basic training.
Okay, so are you talking about the basic training test? So now you take me through the process. So now that they
Yeah,
pass
now
basic training,
when you get to your regular duty station, you have a PT test, and the PT test it, it tells you where you at. It's not something that weeds you out. They just say, okay, this is what your scores is for your PT test. You can either try to score high or you can just stay at a low score. Some people
But
try to
they,
score high because they want to get the award for they're
yeah,
one of the highest score on the PT test.
okay, so this is what I would imagine happens, D Free. So the person goes, makes it through basic training, pass PT, and then gets that insurance from the military and then transitions. So then now where does the problem lie? How are they stationed with other people? How does that work? And why is that a big issue?
No, the issue is not an issue of them making it past the PT test and all that. Like I said, the issue is the fact that it's a woman and not a man. Like I said, traditionally, your mindset is like, like I said, where I went into combat engineer. There was no women in my field, so you expecting your foxhole partner or the person next to you in your squad or in your platoon, you expecting that to be a man. So if you find out that that's a woman, you're going to start to look at that person a little bit different. You're going to start to do things a little different around that person because you know that it's a woman, even though it might look like a man. You know that it's a woman because you still have to do certain things. You got to do the hand-to-hand combat. You gotta do the 5K rucksack march, the 10K rucksack march. You got to do a bunch of different things. When I went through basic training for the training that I went through, there's a bunch of different things you got to go through. But when you find out that that's a woman, and I don't know if the drill sergeants know that that's a woman. What if they find out that that's a woman? They might look at it differently. So
yeah, but he
it
talking about
all
after though.
depends.
He talking about but he talking about after D3. He's saying after you made it through. Oh, let's say the person did transition. They went through the whole process or whatever they actually got. Then after they went home for that leave that they got, they came back as a man or a woman or whatever the case. That's when they went and transitioned over. So now they're in the fleet and they flip back over on the other side. Now you got a trans man there, not boot, because it's going to be almost impossible for them to do that boot.
You talking about after they made it through basic training and they go to the regular duty station?
Yeah. After basic, now they did basic. Now they in the fleet. Now they out there. They going to get the training for whatever job they sent them to school for the MOS school to get the training. That they in that phase and they the transition over, making the transition. I think that's what Scholar's saying.
I mean, like I said, some people might be okay with it. Some people might not. It all depends on the individual. Because, like I said, it is like I said, I'm coming from my MOS. I can't speak for anybody else's MOS, but for my MOS, it was all men. So you might have, like I said, we had a couple of guys that was a little feminine, and we kind of put them to the side. We let them be amongst themselves. They didn't really mingle around us because we knew that they was a little soft and they did things a little different. So we let them stay to themselves. We mingled around each other. So it all depends on the situation because, like I said, when you go into battle, you want to make sure that you know that this person is going to have your back. You don't want to have to say, "Oh, dang, I got to help this person out as well as make sure I take care of myself as well." Or like I said, it all depends on the individual. Some people might say, "I'm cool." They made it through basic training. Then I guess they good enough. Some people might say, "Man, I don't care. That's still a female." It all depends.
Yeah, I mean, most part, I just don't think most people in the military are down with that. When push comes to shove, they just not. Until it affects them, when they get into their unit, that's when they care. And I don't think a lot of people are down for that. I could be wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, it all depends because everybody's different. What one person might not like, the next person might say, I'm not really tripping off of it. So, like I said, I I'm only speaking from when I was in the military. When I was in the military, it was a little bit frowned upon when you found out somebody was a little feminine and things like that, because we was all men. We was all men. So you got a guy that's a little feminine. You like, hold up, man. This dude is in the room with me, and I'm taking showers and all this, and I'm sitting here in the same daggone room with this dude. Because when you live in the barracks, all you got between you and your roommate is a daggone it's like a chest that's really a closet. You open it up, you got a rod there to hang your clothes, and then you got two drawers below that. That's the only thing that's in between you, your bed, and his bed.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My bad. I'm over here fucking this taco up. I was gonna say, besides the military, Pittsburgh team, whenever I was campaigning out here for, you know, the candidate that actually had black in him, and y'all said she ain't had no black in her. One of the things that y'all was saying, y'all was calling Tim Tampon Tim. Oh, that man putting tampons in the boys' bathroom. They coming for our kids. Absolutely. You talk about talking points. Now, those were talking points. Those were absolute talking points. And I say, look, let's just say they were true, a reality. Give me the tampons in the bathroom, you know, and let the rest of society keep their SNAP benefits. How about I feel like that's a pretty good trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I said, I can't speak for everybody else. Like I said, I can only speak for myself. I know me. If I was to find out that that was a transgender, I know how I am. I'm a I'm a look at that individual a little bit different. I'm gonna look at him a little different because I grew up around a lot of females. I know what females can do. I know what they can't do, whether they work out or they don't. I know what they can do, what they can't do, and me being who I am, being though I got a lot of aunts, a lot of cousins, I got four sisters. I'm gonna automatically just cater to the woman because that's in my nature. That's what I do. And so when I see that he's struggling, trying to open up the dag or trying to take off a nut on the daggone track or whatever have you, when we're in the motor pool, I'm gonna come over there and give him a hand. Or if I see him struggling trying to lift something, I'm gonna come over there and give him a hand. When if it was a dude, I just sit there and watch him and be like, okay, go ahead, dog, get it. That's just
Let me
how
ask you
I
this:
am.
you think if Trump would have said when he was campaigning that on the ballot this year, what we gonna do is we got we got transgenders that we're gonna attack in the military, make them resign, do whatever the case may be, you know, but we're also going to deploy our U.S. troops, you know, to American soil to fight the enemy within. You think they still would have voted for Donald Trump?
Probably not.
And I 100% agree with that, brother. That was the point that I was making. Pittsburgh T. I don't know. He might. I think Pittsburgh T. be at work when they be on here, but I wanted. That's a question that I have for Pittsburgh T. Because everybody already know Pittsburgh T. is an avid Trump supporter.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't. Because I mean, you got to understand the day and time that we live in now. People are very sensitive towards certain subjects. So depending on they trying to build their campaign on, can help you or hurt you when you're trying to go for a seat, whether it's the president, whether it's the Senate, whether it's the Congress, whatever you trying to get voted into, your campaign got to be something that's crowd friendly or public friendly because if it's speaking against what the public is very sensitive to, they most likely they're not gonna vote for you.
And that's a fact, man. Why Pittsburgh T? I know what Pittsburgh T do. I know what he do. I got him now. I got him now, D. I know what he do. He deflect. He deflect because I was getting on Trump. I was getting on Trump and them policies, and we end up deflecting and talking about transgender. I see what he did. I see what he did there. Focus on less than 1% of the population, so we ain't got to focus on policies. I peeped that.
Ah, yeah. I mean, Trump supporters they learn from their president.
The weave.
Trump always deflects.
Trump said, you know what's crazy? D Free, whenever Donald Trump was running for president, they said, man, Kamala Harris don't answer no question. She do a word salad. And then Donald Trump came on the next day on TV and said, I don't really answer questions. I do something called the weave. The weave. And they praised it. They were like, oh, that Donald Trump, he know how to weave.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump ever answered the question. It was always a sidebar question to the question that you asked him. Oh, well, what about such and such? Why they didn't do this? I did this. We didn't ask you that. We asked you this. Why are you going over here? So I mean, he always deflects. He's famous for moving the goalposts. That's one thing you're going to get for Donald Trump. He's going to move the goalposts.
Yeah, I got my eye open now. Next time we're going to focus on topic. The Pittsburgh T, he distracted with the whole transgender argument. Now we done went into a deep dive about Bush, don't ask, don't tell. We done went through the whole synopsis of transgenders.
Yeah.
Rather than just saying I really would, if I was in the military, I wouldn't give a damn. Like I wouldn't. First off, I wouldn't feel comfortable undressing in front of another dude, homosexual, heterosexual dude. Let alone a homosexual dude. Like it just, I don't get like. That's why I ain't ever committed no crimes to go to jail. I ain't sharing showers with nobody.
Yeah. And see, like I said, even jail, you still have a wall there with a door, so you have some privacy. When you in the military, well, I don't. I mean, well, in the military, when you get to your own barracks, you have your own shower that's shared between two rooms. It's almost like a hotel. You have a shower that's shared between two rooms. When you go in, you just lock the door for the other room so they know that somebody's in the bathroom. But in boot camp, that shower is open. There's no walls there. You walk in the shower, you take a shower. There's other guys in there. You take your towel and all your stuff, and you go in there. You take a shower. At least the one that I was at Fort Leonard, when I went, it was just an open area. You had about, I think it's probably about 8 or 9 shower heads, and you stand in front of the shower that you want to use, and you took your shower. You keep your eyes straight and pay attention to yourself. When you finish, you walk up out of there.
But I know what I'm finna do, D Free. Hey, appreciate you pulling up, brother. I'm finna go ahead and land it. I know exactly what I'm finna do. I got Pittsburgh T. I'm finna
No
go
problem,
prepare for my next episode. I'm gonna do a follow-up episode to this episode since Pittsburgh T want to throw me out my pivot, and I'm finna Trump finna get this work.
All right, no problem, man.
All right, appreciate you pulling up, bro.
All right, please.
All right, appreciate everybody pulling up in the chat. I don't know if y'all doing the work thing or whatever the case may be, but stay tuned. Hit the notification bell because I'm definitely coming back, and Donald Trump finna get this work. You know, anybody who want to pull up and defend him, I'm gonna pull up on the thing, and we can have disagreement day. But Donald Trump finna get this work. You know, it's a long time coming. I see what his loyal servants have learned the art of the weave that he said he do himself. So I'm gonna make sure 100% to just cook. He said, "What y'all do to Marky Dan?" Marky Dan fell asleep. I told you Marky Dan had 20 to 30 minutes of good debate in him. You're on mute if you're talking.
Hello, everybody.
Everybody left. I was fit to end it.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I'll get off then. Never mind. Oh, but I just wanted to say, um, I was just listening, and all I had to say about everything was I think that we put too much focus on stuff that we shouldn't be worried about. He was mentioning showering with transgender people or people who may like the opposite sex, and I'm just like, just because they like the opposite sex don't really mean that they gonna be into you. Just like you not into every woman. And a lot of times under those type of stressful situations, they're not thinking about anything like that anyhow. And everybody, I mean, I think the military should focus on keeping the numbers versus how they feel about transgenders. But that was just my thoughts on it. But
I
anyway,
mean,
y'all have a
because
good
you're
night.
talking about 2,250 people that they're telling, hey, you can't join the military, and it's like, how could that ever be good for us? Like, how is that a positive thing for America to turn down? Because I mean, when you're signing up for that type of job, the thing is, they call it the ultimate sacrifice for a reason. Because you're literally saying that I'm willing to die in the heat of battle. So it's like, why would you then turn around those people because their choice and say it doesn't make any sense? I thought George W. Mr. W. I thought whenever he was in office, he finally put a finale to this situation by saying, look, if you're gay, we don't want to know you're gay. Just don't tell. But you still
Right,
can join the military.
right.
Now we right back to square one. You know what's even worse than women serving? Those damn transgenders. All 2,250 of them. Yeah. Yeah, they're putting tampons outside the bathroom. And oh my gosh, the children. It's just like, oh my God, with all the stuff that's going on right now. Listen, I would be more inclined to even roll with this whole transgender zombie apocalypse that they're talking about if Donald Trump released the Epstein files. I'm more interested in that because we know his name is on it. But remember what he said whenever they was asking about the Epstein, are we still talking about the Epstein file? Why are we talking about the Epstein? Yes, why are we talking about transgenders?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Um, I don't understand the big hoorah about it, but I don't serve. And to be honest, the people that I know that do serve really don't care. That's why when they was doing them speeches in front of these folks, they looking at them crazy because they even, I think the vast majority of people in the military is looking at the current administration like, I saw one of the crowd photos where the man in the military had his hand in his head listening to the nonsense that um, was spoken at this past meeting. I didn't get to listen to it or hear it, but they didn't get an applause or anything. Like the military heads are even sick. Like I bet you they can't wait till this man get out. They can't wait till this man get out, and it's really sad because they don't respect him. They don't respect his leadership. It's obvious in how they treat him when he's in their presence. And then he don't respect them either from the things that he stated in the past as the president. It's just America is a shit show right now. It's crazy.
And the only proud people in America right now are the Proud Boys. And they can't read or write.
Lord.
The craziest part about this, like I said, is whenever Kamala was running, Donald Trump kept saying, "It's going to be a landslide. I have a mandate," and all this stuff that he was saying. They went out there and celebrated. Oh, where's Scholar at? Where's Reggie at? We told them, oh, ha, 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 and haven't celebrated since. Spend their entire time defending Donald Trump and his dumb policies, justifying him cutting SNAP benefits, justifying all of the stuff that he does. Even the tariffs and the farm stuff, all of that stuff, just run down the list. And you know what's really funny? This is how you know that they're part of they have Trump psychosis to a degree, because tariffs have been around since like since the war with Germany. I think World War One.
No, it's before that.
I'm talking about specifically the chicken tariff because I did a whole
Okay.
presentation on the chicken tariff. So they've been around since then, but the whole idea of the chicken tariff was they tariff. I think it was Germany, I believe, uh, for the chicken, and then there was a reciprocal response to that tariff, and then the chicken that Germany provided doesn't even it's not even in existence anymore. You know what I mean? Or turkey, it was something like that. And the point that they were making with that whole presentation was that tariffs are really hard to get rid of because it still exists to this day. And it's like that Donald Trump putting these tariffs, if he's wrong, they're not going to be easy to get rid of, especially in his own administration. Does Donald Trump strike you as the person that would be like, you know what, guys, I made a mistake. I thought the tariff stuff would work, but no, it's not working.
No, but his followers are the same way, which is why they double down on his mistakes and try to, I guess, state like he can't do any wrong. Even though we know it's a lot of wrong going on, they won't admit it because then they would have to admit that they made a wrong choice. But with Trump, I just think it's more so that I think that the tariffs that he did do, this is my personal opinion. I think that he's getting what he wanted to get out of the tariffs. I just think that the American people were duped because they didn't realize that they were going to be the ones paying it. They thought that the other countries would pay the tariffs, right? But what happens is we end up getting these inflated costs. We pay for it, and that money goes into the government's pocket. So we just basically filling up the bank of the government, all while he's spending frivolously. I mean, golf trips and parades and nonsense, So I don't know. It's just I think that it's the ignorance of the people. Like, dang on well that all that money that we made from the tariffs was what we paid into those tariffs, right? Um, and you can see it for people who shop on like Temu and Shein and the foreign companies where you would get things for really cheap. You could already see the inflated cost in those things that you would something that you would pay $10 for is now $15, $17, right? Due to the increase in cost, and we're paying that increase in cost. So it's not helping us. And then also he increased our taxes because if you're not making, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, and I think it's more. I think it might have to be more than that a year. Then your tax rate has increased from last time, his last tax plan. So it's just, I think that we just have to. I mean, we in it now. We just have to ride it out if we can make it.
I
But a
don't know
lot
who
of it
we
is
is.
just
I got my
a lot
passport.
of it is just the ignorance of the people. Um,
I don't know who
Ignorance of
we is.
not
I
knowing.
got my passport. I'm good. You know what I mean? Y'all hang in there. Like I said earlier, may the odds be in y'all favor. You
But
know.
if these other countries are getting upset if they take our passport, that's what I'm saying. Like they can say, you know what, we
Hey,
don't want them coming here.
I know how to turn on my accent in a minute, sister. I go to an African place. Like, I don't know what Americans act like this. Very disappointing. Very. I do that in a heartbeat because listen, this dude, I cannot believe Little Rock. You remember he called what's the dude's name? Kim Jong Un Little Rocket Man. And now all of a sudden he's behaving like Little Rocket Man. What is he? Big Rocket Man, small hands. Matter of fact, that should be the name of his doc. Going around suing ABC, and then he's suing them. First, he blackmailed them for the merger that they were about to have. Then sued them and knew they wouldn't fight the lawsuit because he was going to approve their merger. Got them to agree to fire Stephen Colbert, and then later on attempt to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel on Trump's request, and then act like it's just a coincidence. Then when the money that he had, they had to donate to Donald Trump's future political ventures. And then the money that he he got from them, the 15 million, he used to deck out the White House. Like, go figure. Doge is a non constitutional agency that they just created out of thin air, with no acting as Congress, which is crazy, unconstitutional.
What happened
And
to
their
them?
job was to, uh, if they could do where they are now. But a non-constitutional agency that was just firing American citizens. And people think that all government jobs are only government officials, and they're not. They don't understand that there are people who examine how much lead goes into the water, or fluoride, or poop, or a bunch of government jobs. The people who do the planes, that's all government jobs. But these uneducated, poorly educated people did understand these things. They thought they were all crooked politicians. It was okay with Doge doing all that. Now, there's proof that Doge, Doge, uploaded all of our social securities to a unsecure server. What's up, BVO? And we could potentially be in danger of someone having our social. So there you go. Responsive DEI at its finest. Doge.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I try not to even watch this man on TV, so I don't know what to say. Or when he go through my timeline, I just go past it because everything that comes out of his mouth is idiotic. And
But
then it's like you don't want to go past everything because you want to be informed for when the shit do come out. But it's like it's just so much stupid shit, and it's so taxing that it's like I don't even want to engage in it because it's just sad. Like I honestly don't understand. I just feel like I don't understand how you can still rock with him still even now. All these people losing their jobs, you know, all of the decrease in the funding for the people that lost their job. So these people that have been without a job, they're about to start changing the food stamp qualifications. They're about to start changing the housing qualifications. So now they don't even have a safety net because they should be working. Basically, they able-bodied and they should be working, but they just can't find a job. That's crazy. It's crazy.
but
It's real
do you
crazy.
know what he did with the money that he got from CBS, the 15 million?
No, but I know another woman sued him and got and won that case. I guess he was trying to slander her and stating that she lied about the sexual assault case.
Yeah,
She
that was
sued him. Yeah. Um. So he's. I don't.
But do you
What did
know
he
what
do with the
happened to
money?
the money? Okay. Um, if you are guessing that he gave it to an orphanage and people in need, then you'd be absolutely wrong. He took the money and decked out the White House and started like paying for stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not your house. You understand that your time there is limited. First off, his time on Earth is limited. You seen them cankles lately? But the idea that this is the person that was gonna drain the swamp, and every deal that he does is for the betterment of him and his administration. Saudi Arabia just purchased in the biggest leveraged buyout, EA Sports, which is a gaming thing. And
Mhm.
you know who's a part of that deal? Donald Trump's son-in-law. What the hell does he have to do with that deal? Like, why drain the swamp? He's enriching himself, his family, and his kids for generations to come. When Donald Trump dies, John Jr. and those guys are going to still be just as powerful because of the deals that he made. Elon Musk, super duper powerful because Donald Trump and government contracts and the
But
closeness that he had. And now he
but you
has
shouldn't be
access to our
able
social
to.
securities. We'll
But
be fine.
you shouldn't be able to put your family in government business like that. And he's basically planted them in areas to where they could monopolize or um, keep.
Nepotism.
Yeah, nepotism. It's definitely nepotism. Look, I don't agree with nothing he's doing, but he's in there. He the president. That's what they chose. They just gonna have to ride it out for the next few years or until God calls him home because well, I don't know if that's where he's going, but until he leave this
I
earth,
was about to say him and Hulk
yeah,
Hogan,
until
him,
he leave
Hulk
this
Hogan,
until he leave
him,
this
Hulk
earth,
Hogan, King
we
Von,
just gonna
all
have
of
to
them gonna
deal
be
with
in
him.
hell. They gonna all be in hell. And Lil Nas X, he teetering right now. He better
Well,
stop having sex with the devil. They all gonna be in hell. You know what I mean? Trying to, I don't
And
know
it's
what they're
and
gonna be
it's
doing in here, but
it's
they're gonna
it's
be in
too
there.
much greed. Like the greed that these people have, you supposed to take care of your people. Like the government's responsibility is to take care of their people. This is not I mean, we put them in office. It is a service job. You're supposed to provide the service. I don't understand the selfish mindset of Americans. I don't get it. I don't get why you don't want to feed your hungry. Like, why do you want to criminalize your homeless? And like the stuff he was saying about the homeless people. Why in the hell are you taking away from the food pantry? Like, why? What? I don't understand it. Why let food rot in a storage and then burn it instead of giving it to the people overseas so you can feed them? Like, why? I just don't understand things like that. None of that makes sense to me. And
You
for
know why it don't
somebody
make sense
who
to you?
believe, why?
Because the reality is this: America, America has. They talk about capitalism and trickle down effect. What's trickled down to us is the selfishness of the greedy up top, and we're happy with crumbs, and we don't think that anybody else should be getting anything. That's why people spend all day complaining about every single thing that the poor person gets. But if you look, and it's so crazy, I just watched this. Abby had a show, and she had Ben Shapiro on there, and they were talking about how we need to cut Social Security because it was going to be it's a strain on the economy, and it's going to affect us negatively in the future. And the girl brought up wars, endless wars, and how we wasted money on them. And a
Uh-huh.
Kasparian, and they was telling Anna Kasparian like, well, in comparison to Social Security, it's not even a fraction. So we need to focus on Social Security. Wait a minute, ain't that what Doge was supposed to do? Wasn't Doge supposed to come in and secure that, and so it doesn't run out and get these
My
people that's
thing is
200 years
this.
old collecting Social Security?
My thing is this with Social Security. If you don't want us to have Social Security, why are we paying into it? We could put that money somewhere else. Why are we paying into that Social Security? Like, you keep talking about that it's a drain on the U.S. economy, but we're actually putting our money into that. Money that you putting inside of a bank somewhere and allowing it to gain interest. So why are we paying into something? I, again, Social Security is not something that they're giving us. We pay for it already. Every check they taking it. Like, it does not matter. You cannot want to file taxes, but they taking that Social Security. You can wait to do your federal and your state taxes, but that Social Security coming out no matter what. They take that Social Security money out no matter what, and that's my problem with it. You keep saying it's a drain. How is it a drain? How is it a drain? I think that Social Security is awesome, especially for people who at least they getting something back when they older, because everybody don't know how to invest, especially our elderly now, or even not even, I wouldn't even consider my parents elderly. They older, but I wouldn't consider them elderly. But even they have a gap in investing, and like, some of them don't, they just now learning just like we are learning, right? And so I think it's good that they have something to fall back on. I just think that for this to be the richest country in the world, they so stingy. It just don't make sense. And I don't feel like helping out somebody in need is a drain to me, or that it is. I don't mind paying taxes to help those in need. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me to pay taxes for the single dad or the single mom, or the elderly who needs food stamps, or even the somebody in between jobs. Like, I don't mind. I do not mind it. I think we all fall on hard times. Like, a lot of people don't even have enough money to pay their next month's mortgage or rent, and they just a tragedy away from being on their ass. And I feel like that stuff should be there, and I feel like we should be okay with helping that person out. And for people to feel like, oh, well, they need to, you know, make more money or do. Some people really are not capable. Some people can only work at McDonald's. That's where their mental capacity is. They still go to work every day, but that's where their mental capacity is. And that $15, $16 an hour is not going to take care of their family of three. It's not. Like, she could work the $15 an hour and he could work $15 an hour. And together they making $30 an hour and it's still not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough money. They need the food stamps. They probably need the child care assistance. They probably need the housing assistance. Like, they need these programs even while working, because people are under the impression that these people on government assistance don't work, and that's not true.
My bad. My phone keeps the screen keep cutting off. So when I be talking to them, what I was gonna say is, I agree. I agree. I don't know if you can see the screen,
Hold on, let me look.
but this is the guy who they chose over. Let's not even say the black candidate, the younger candidate, because she's definitely significantly younger than Trump. She's not at the age where she's gonna fall and break hips, or where you're walking up the stairs is a caution tale story from Donald Trump. Where you should have seen those stairs. I said, oh shit. Like, bro, it's stairs. And it ain't even a bunch of them. It's two. That's a task for Donald Trump because he's old. Like, regardless of black, this is an old guy. The idea that America voted in an old guy and thought that, first off, the younger that you are, the more liberal and freedom fighting you are. The older you get, the more conservative. That's just the natural part of life. You know what I mean? I think that the quote is, if you're young and you're not liberal, you don't have a heart. If you're old and you're not conservative, you don't have a brain. Something to that nature. Most older people are conservative. They thought an old conservative was fit to get in the White House and change things and make things different than they wasn't gonna. And he's a businessman that has a bad reputation for business practices. There hasn't been one person ever that has ever did business with Donald Trump and came forward and said, "Oh my God, this guy Donald Trump. Well, you wouldn't believe the amount of integrity he has. Not one single person you can find in America that said Donald Trump has integrity. He does great business. The only people that actually get the benefit off of Donald Trump's businesses are people that suck him up every second of the day, loyalists, and they just get put in positions. So they don't have good business experience with him as well, but they just kiss enough ass to get in the positions to where they could, you know, get the position that they not qualified for, which some might call DEI. What they say did not earn it. Ain't that what they was the Republicans saying?
Didn't
Did
even
not
earn
earn it.
it. Didn't earn it. Yeah, didn't earn it. Yeah. Man, I
And
don't even want to get on DEI, because I think that
that's gonna be my next episode.
my
That's what I was going.
my thing is, even when it comes to that, like, man, it's gone now. Ain't no point in talking about it. It's gone. You got rid of affirmative action. You got rid of DEI. You got what you wanted. It's gone. What's the conversation about? Like, especially when it comes to them, what is the conversation about?
They coming
Because
for our civil rights next.
the interpretation of DEI is wrong anyway. Nobody is making special accommodations for people who they didn't want in there in the first place. I mean, nobody's making special accommodations. Nobody is going to mess up their brand or their money, especially when it comes to stuff that deals with people's lives, like an airline. Nobody is going to mess up their brand. American Airlines is not going to let their standards down to have to pay 300 people's family on a flight because they lowered the standards that are government standards to begin with. The FAA and all of, they take care. They are the ones who actually decide what the minimum requirements are to get this job. And then the airline has their own requirements as well. But jobs like that, there's no way that they're lowering standards to get people in who are not qualified. That's just a way to be undercover and inadvertently racist. And, like, I just don't have anything else to say about it, because it honestly, especially to know that you watch your brother, your sister, your mama, your daddy educate themselves, how they worked, how they studied, how you seen them. Like my son could tell you at his football games, I had my books in hand, like at the game. All the parents will let you know I would be missing plays because I had my books in my hand in the heat at the football game, right? So people who you've seen actually bust their ass, who are Spanish, black, women, whatever. And I'm saying there's no in the doors and we not taking the same test. We not meeting the same qualifications. So I think it's an idiotic statement. I think it's in undercover racism. And it's gone now. So then there won't be no excuse when we go kicking down the doors because y'all think education is a waste. We still going. You think that it's not necessary. It's a waste of money to invest into your education. But they still not hiring you without, you can look at these jobs right now, it'll tell you they not hiring you without that degree. So you can keep on telling your kids to go ahead and get that trade and break their back while they digging holes in the ground to fix water and climbing on poles to where they could get electrocuted and all of that kind of stuff.
To not get Social Security, to pay into Social Security to not get it whenever they retire.
Yeah, all of them hard back. You either gonna an older man told me you either gonna work off the sweat of your back or off your brain, and you have a choice. And I don't know why people are telling their kids. I understand if your baby got the brain, don't tell them to do all of that. Don't. It's worth the investment. It's worth it. So, and if you understand that student loans and stuff is costly, I'm trying to make it to where mine don't have no student loans. So I'm paying for the education. So it's up to you how you want to live your life. However, keep getting educated because they definitely, because they trying to dumb down education. There's not going to be the people that they're not going to be in a position unless they get their shoe in. This stuff that Donald Trump is doing, just letting them walk on through the door.
And that's gonna be my next episode, DEI. It's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna do my presentation before I let anybody up there because what happened today will never happen again. I like to roll on my points. I like to present to the people the work that the information I discovered. I like a smooth presentation. The YN was cutting me off only to fall asleep later on the panel. You can't make this up. So yeah, I definitely will not be doing that again. What we're gonna do is presentation, then the disagree with me segment. So that's what our agree or disagree with me segment.
All right.
So I'm probably for the hop right back on here pretty soon. I already got the videos in a profile. All I gotta do is upload them to StreamYard and then go right back in, but and come up with a creative title. But I'm gonna come back.
All right then. Well, I don't know if I'll be back, but you have a good night.
You too. Thank you for everybody pulling up. To Ray J, you know what I mean. We praying for you. Because they talk about transgenders, Ray J, but you the only one on the front lines really fighting for the revolution that we finna start in this country. So, I like to take this time to give everything that I owe to Ray J. A lot of people don't know this. Ray J prayed for my StreamYard for a year when my channel first started. So shout out to Ray J, Raycon, all that stuff, you know what I mean? So shout out to Ray J, without Ray J, this channel would not be here. So for the people that's just pulling up, I don't know if I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna try to come back, but maybe not. It just depends on what goes on. But keep an eye on my channel. Search it up, and if the live is posted for today, hit the notification bell. Pull back up because I want to strictly focus on Trump's policies. I don't want to talk about transgenders, which is the less than 1% of less than a percentage of the 1%, which is absolutely insane to focus on 2,250 people in our military and say, oh, you're making special accommodation. That's a distraction. So what we're going to do is the next episode that comes full circle, We're going to solely focus on Donald Trump's policies. I'm going to list the facts. We're going to have ChatGPT ready, and we can have a disagreement day. Anybody who disagree could pull up, but only talk about policies because I don't care about the transgender stuff. That's what y'all went and voted for. Y'all voted for transgenders and eggs, and the economy is on fire right now, not in a good way. Our dollar is weaker, and Donald Trump is out there bragging about the weak dollar and telling us how great it is. Everything he says just trickles down to the entire population. Well, if he says we need a strong dollar, you know how many of Trump supporters would say, yeah, man, we need a strong dollar. If Donald Trump goes out there tomorrow and say black people stink, they're like, well, no, you don't understand what he was really saying. He meant that black people stink only when they worked hard. Like the dog whistles, they got Trump whistle ears where they could justify and hear what he's really trying to say. And oh, he's this great businessman. But the stuff he's talking about has existed forever, and they've never talked about these things. It wasn't until Donald Trump and his policy started stamping these things that now all of a sudden tariffs is good for the country. We really don't know about tariffs being good for the country. And it's like, well, look, you better for sure know if tariffs is good for the country. Because one thing we do know is it's a tax for the American people. An indirect tax on the American people because they're gonna charge the consumers more for their product. And if it's not good for the economy, it's not something that you could just remove easily. Tariffs are not easily removed, and every economist will tell you this, including the people in the Trump administration, these experts in there. But it's just so crazy. The Trump supporters always talking about Trump derangement syndrome, and it's like, yeah, that's what you have, motherfucker. Y'all have it. Y'all are deranged about everything he says and does. Yeah, if y'all could help it, y'all would go back to when he bankrupted a fucking casino. How do you bankrupt a casino where people bring you money? And y'all would justify every action that he did up until the bankruptcy of the casino, because that's how deranged y'all are about Donald Trump and swear everybody else is deranged. It's how crazy y'all people are. But, with that being said, I'm coming back. I'm going to have, well, I don't know when. It's either going to be later on, like a couple hours from now. If not a couple hours from now, we'll just end up doing it tomorrow. But I'm definitely coming back, and we're going to talk about policy, because we haven't even did a political episode. We're doing boxing. So I'm, as you can tell, really energetic, you know what I mean, about this political stuff. And we're going to be back to talk about this politics stuff. So give me a sec. Like I said, we owe everything we got over here to Ray J. Shout out to Ray J for supporting the channel in a major way. Ray J serenading the hearts and souls and minds every day at the end of my show. Shout out to Ray J. Shout out to Donald Trump for not being able to find as many hair follicles on his head that are in all of the transgenders that serve in the military. I guarantee, look, there are 2,250 transgenders in the military. Do you look at the screen? Do you think you can find that many hair follicles on Donald Trump's head? Yet people aren't focusing on Donald Trump's hair because it's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. But like I said, shout out to Luke. But like I said before, Ray J, we owe everything to you. Go ahead and serenade them. Talk directly to their hearts, their minds, and their souls, Ray J. Please speak to them. They need it. They need it, Ray J. They can't live without it. Can you give them one wish? Is there one amongst us? The doors of sanity are open. Is there one Trump supporter who will walk through them? Ray J, talk. Ray J, talk to him.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So tell me, pretty baby, I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Making love to the break of dawn, me and you to the baby's born, till my baby's born.